Oh, good morning, Dorkaby. Good morning. Where's my camera border at? Why is it not working? Boop. There we go. Actually, let's do this. Oh, why do we have that sword up on the scene? Muted? Hello? No, I'm not, you fucking rat. Am I muted in this scene? No, I'm not muted in this scene. Hello? Hello? What are you talking about? Fucking lying to me. Oh, you had me muted. You bastard. Forgot to list that. Shit, I could have sold that for more. Ew, look at these losers doing to that market. It's 100 mil. Half a bill. What am I doing? What's up, mind capacity? How you doing? Literally, the second I pick up my coffee cup, this fucking rat. This fucking rat. Ain't nobody wants your fake views. Get out of here, scumbag. So, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. I have no complaints. How much should I buy those for? 2-2. The fuck? I just got hit by a fucking lightning bolt? Blinding light. What the hell? How you doing? This one looks angry. We'll also do these. 100, eh? Yo, what's up, Dr. Grinth? How was sushi? It was awesome. It was really good. Expensive. I always forget how expensive it is, but I mean, it was my daughter's birthday and she enjoyed it. And that's what matters. Right? That's what matters. Huh? I don't remember having 10 of those. How much per person for sushi? Well, it's kind of hard to say per person. I mean, my kids didn't order as much as we did. Kids just got basic stuff. In total, though, it was $150 for the four of us. That was after tax. And then add the tip on top. They served us really well, so I tipped them. So I mean, I guess if you take $180 and divide it by 4, probably better divide it by 3 and then divide one of the thirds into 2. So it's probably like $60 for me, $60 for my wife, and then like $30 for each of the kids. The farm shit. The travel aid? Maybe it's fence. Yeah, fence of abundance. See, I've been fucking up. I've been meaning to buy these with coupons, and I keep fucking forgetting. I only need 3 more. I bought all other 5 with coupons. But with the farming thing coming, I might look at the last of them now. Would you even farm these days for alchemy? No. Well, maybe it's for alchemy. I don't know what the products are typically used for. I just sell them. But for someone like me, it's more so for silver. I used to do farming back in the day to get the fruits that I needed for alchemy. Yeah, when I grind it underwater, right? I needed the I can't remember what fruit it was. If it was crimson flame for some reason comes to mind. And I needed to do it for that. And then I would have to go out and gather cedar sap, and that's what allowed me to make a lot of money grinding underwater because I could actually produce my own frenzies and sell them before they just made the frenzy little essences or whatever sellable. And it allowed underwater to compete with, all the top end grind spots, even if you included the opportunity cost of the other activities you had to do. And that's primarily one of the reasons why I have a decent life skilling set is when a situation like that arises where there's something I have to do, I want to be able to do it for as little time as possible, right? But these days, I want to start farming for contribution because like they buffed all the byproducts and shit. So between like AFK fishing and farming, you can apparently get like a contribution point a day. But I just don't like having to. I don't like having to do that shit like every 3 hours. Because this game throws loot scrolls at you. Play the game. Make sure you're taking advantage of all the free loot scrolls this game throws at you, and you will wonder why you even asked that question. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt my grind just to go check my farms. To me, that's, I don't know, annoying. But they're supposed to be changing it so it's going to be like a once a day activity. And I could totally get behind that. Like you said, you could either do it when you're wrapping up your day or you could do it when you start your day. I'll probably do it when I start my day. That's fucking perfect. They're going to make it so you only need to check your farms once every like 23 hours. Oh no! Why is my horse dead? For fuck's sakes. I forgot to revive it, I guess, after War of the Roses. Three times a day. Maybe I should do it then. 3 times a day, that's pretty fucking manageable. Do it when you start your day, do it when you end your day, and I could do it like just as I'm wrapping up the end of my stream while I'm saying goodbye and shit. What seeds you doing, Kanjar? Is there assuming that the seed isn't gonna fuck up your market? Because I have some leftover seeds that I saved. Are they in the bag? I can't remember if the seeds stay in the bag when you put them in storage. Typically, you can't put stuff. Oh yeah, look, I got pumpkin seeds and dry Maine grass seeds in there. Magical purple mushroom hyphias. Is there a specific reason for those over others, or you're just like, these look all right? Oh my god, look at all my horses are fucked up. What do you mean by make silver with CP? Your silver makes you money by your workers. You also make silver from the farming, the stuff that you sell to the life skillers. My farmer at? Maybe I need to move my farmer up the list. Where's White Bush at? There she is. She gorgeous. We'll move her to the top. Move it over here. Actually, maybe even move it right there. Do farming, fishing, processing, then horse training. Maybe I should have my tag next to it, though. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess that's right. Ever since I stopped farming, they consolidated all the fruits, right? So I used to do specifically the ones that I do now because they gave me the fruits that I needed for frenzies, but now it's just all fruit of nature. What's going on with fruits? Fucking nothing. Oh my god. Nothing's going on with fruits. I want contribution. God damn. I hate whenever I fucking deviate and do like one thing slightly different. Everybody's like, oh, what? Oh, what's this? Oh, my goodness. Oh, man, I haven't been on her in a minute. Oh, I forgot about my princess. Do people still farm here? Is there farming clothes? I can't remember. Eggers? What are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about like outfits, like costumes? Oh, no, I was thinking of like the Mano shit. I can't remember how life skilling interacts with this. Oh, that speeds shit up. 2 seconds off. That must make it almost instant, huh? Do I have Agris on anything else? They still have silver embroidered? That doesn't take speed off of it, though. I think I actually have silver embroidered equipped, don't I? Yeah, look at that. +2. Fucking massive. Yeah, I guess I'm getting the Agris. Why doesn't it show my character that I'm on? Swiping time? Yeah. Shows you how long it's been since I've been farming. I stopped farming before they added this shit. See, now we gotta make her look pretty. Now we gotta make her look pretty. We'll make this purple. Maybe that purple. And it's the pants, probably. No, the gloves. Ain't nobody wearing white gloves farming. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Maybe green pants. We'll make those black pants. That gold. Maybe we'll have some purple boots too. God damn, look at those fucking calves. Holy shit. She been squatting in the garden for sure. Can't tell what's moving. Leave that as is. Poach. Maybe we'll do that. We'll keep those as they are. I don't know why they would let you color the fucking vegetables. What the hell is that nonsense? I don't like that it adjusts the strap there. I want to go for a more earthier tone. Yeah, that works. Maybe I'll adjust these to be the same. Yeah, I like that better. In fact, you know what? I want to change the boots to that color too. That looks better. That could stay as is. That's fine. And then the hat. There we go. We're ready to farm. Where'd my farms go? Oh, there they are. Wait. Why can't I put these here? Do I need to find? Oh no, now I can. Let's start over here. You think it's easier to be near NPC? What NPC? How do I lift this shit up? So, the one you turn the byproducts into. But you don't have. Well, I guess maybe you do want to do it daily now. I don't know. You got the embroidered clothes, eh? Oh, where? Oh, so you go even further up the hill. That's where you spawn the bosses for seasons. Is the NPC up here or something? I mean, this is a nice flat area to do it. For sure. By Logia? Oh, okay. Oh, look at this fucking guy. Look at you. This fucking guy. First rule about Farmers Club. Okay, let's get the farm set up. Not installing a fucking safe zone. Then why the hell did you give me the fucking blue circle? God, this game pisses me off sometimes. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. I see. It pisses me off that you do 3x3x4, by the way. It actually pisses me off. And the fact that the 4 isn't at least in the middle pisses me right down. Wait, why is this farm so fucking big? Why are these farms so damn big compared to the other ones? How the fuck am I supposed to have the symmetry? God damn it. God damn these fucking losers. Man, Perlibus pisses me off. You have 8 big ones and 2 tiny. I know, right? So if you have 8 big ones, you do 4 by 2 maybe. But 4 by 2 is probably way too fucking much. So let me guess, you do 3, 3, 2, and then the other 2 probably like this. Or some shit. You know, maybe I'll try to line them up this direction. You can exchange the big ones to small ones to the clue NPC. These pearl ones? I don't think you can. I mean, we could go try before we plant any more down. You can? You guess you can? Oh, Kinjara, you've been fucking up. You can exchange a sturdy fence for an abundance via Kahlua if you have at least Farming Master 1. Oh my god. We're out of here. Where's Kahlua? The fuck? Did I spell that wrong? Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's the A before the U. It's Clow. Oh, okay. Did it say Old Moon? I should have known that. I shouldn't have needed to search for it. It changes nothing for you, it changes everything for you. Because now every time you see my stream and you see me farm, you're going to be like, damn, they're all symmetrical and shit and looking nice. They don't take up the whole goddamn cliffside. And then you're going to go swap to your farm and you're going to be like, ew, stinky. Okay, how do I do this? Oh shit, now I'm changing it back. Let's see. Oh my god, that's so much better. That is so much better. This is the best thing about being a streamer. The best thing. Because there's so many little things like this I would never do and I would never find out about if it wasn't for you guys being like, hey, dumbass, you know you could do it this way, huh? And then the next generation that comes in, they think I'm the genius. They start asking me, oh, where'd you get those small fences from? And I say, well, let me tell you a little story. And then I look like the smart one. Oh, shit. I love streaming. Can I start right there? Let's see. Do I want to start right there? We'll find out. Oh, that bush. I wonder if that bush is going to fuck me up. Wait, now I can't put that one there? You gotta be fucking shitting me! Oh, I gotta put it there. I feel like I used to be able to get these closer to each other. I feel like I used to be able to get these to, like, the fences touching each other. Wait, maybe I can. Oh, never mind. Now we gotta fix both of them. I'm about to Dragor your ass. You're about to make an AI song about him? Damn it. You better not tell me my character's in the way. Is my shit not turned on right now? It is. Did it not work? Says it's connected. How funny would it have been if I finally get to the last one, there's like a rock or something there that doesn't let me fucking put it. Oh my god. Wouldn't have been funny at all, by the way. Okay, so I probably want to do seeds. Fuck, do I want to do pumpkins or do I want to do dry main grass? Yo, experienced farmers, is there a specific seed that's optimal? Also, it's pissing me off that these aren't in order. What is up with this shit? Yeah, that's better. Optimal for what? Contribution. I guess I should have specified that, shouldn't I? Ah, that's better. Hippias? Fuck. I don't have those. Any specific one? I'm assuming the ones that are sold out are probably the better ones. Oh, maybe I do these. Purple mushrooms. This is what little Mr. Kanjaro's doing. Nice and cheap, too. But why? Yeah, because I'm just going to be breeding. I just want the byproducts. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I remember that not taking that long. But it probably doesn't matter which mushroom, right? If I'm just breeding them anyways. If I'm not mistaken, I need quite a bit of these since I'm just doing blues. Because I can do, like, what, 10 per plot right now? But once they turn into yellows, then it's like 2 per plot or something, or 4 per plot. I don't have mystical seeds. I have other mystical seeds, but not these ones. Unless I'm thinking of something else. Are you talking about mysterious seeds? Oh. Wait. Yeah, I might have already bought too many then. Okay, let's see. Shaking. If I want to turn it into a magical seed, I need 5. It's 5 mysterious seeds in 1. Yeah, I already have way too many. Wait, what did I just put in there? Did I just put fertilizer in there? What the fuck am I even doing? Oh, why the fuck did I do that? Wait, is it only taking one seed?
Shake, shake, shake. Shake your seed. Shake your seeds.
Oh, because they're special, it only takes one. That's right. So how many do I need? I need 20 in total, correct? I thought so. Yeah. So I definitely got way too many. If I can move these. Oh, fuck. I'm out of, maids now. Super annoying that seeds aren't stackable. Why? Why, Pearl Abyss? Why? You have a seed pouch at least? I do, yeah. But I probably can't process from within the seed pouch, can I? Actually, am I going to want to empty out that seed pouch and keep it on my character? Seed pouch or seed bag? Oh, fucking shut up, John. Oh, I can't believe I just fucking walked into that. Shut up. Does mastery affect farming at all? No, I didn't think so. It's been so long. It's been so long since I've been in this farming game. Look at me. I retired from farming years ago. Look at me. Master 23, baby. Maybe we'll finally get to Guru. I've been buying these fences over time. Every single time I have a coupon, I used it for a fence. Because I used to farm, and I knew if I ever came back to farming, that I'd want to save that CP. Because that's a fuckload of CP. Like, this shit right here, paying for this, lodging, like, this is where the real pay to win is in the game. We are getting there. Treant here? I have one. Is it Treant or Trent? Yeah, there we go. It's on my Fisher. Then I gotta charge it and shit. Oh. I mean, at least I don't AFK on it, so it shouldn't be that bad of a deal. It's a fucking another thing to charge, though. Oh, I just gotta charge it first. Yeah, especially with these clothes. Going from 3 seconds to 1 second sounds pretty fucking convenient. Okay, how many do we have there now? We have what? We need 4 more. I think you just get them from the old moon vendor, right? The same person you exchange the pay to win ones, if I remember correctly. Or there's at least one from one of the nearby farms. What do we have? 8, 16, 18, 2 more. 1 more after this one. Finto, yeah, and you get it at Finto Farm, right? Okay, there we go. Let's get these fuckers planted. All right, I'm gonna go clean up my inventory, and then we'll run our way back up. No, why did it go into there? Fuck you. So, in regards to farming, is there any benefit to this seed pouch? Other than just keeping my extra seeds in it? Also, why isn't there an even number of seeds? Like, they should know that you're going to be putting 20 of these in there. Why didn't they make this bag fucking 20? Why did they make this pouch divisible by 20? Fucking pissing me off, Pearl Abyss. So then at least you could keep 3 different sets of seeds in there. Like, I swear to God, they never fucking think of these things. No workers on the farm? Oh shit, I gotta do that too. Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you. Okay, how do I do that again? I don't remember how to fucking do that. Do I just click on them? How do I do that, chat? I just want to start getting farming byproducts for contribution multi. That's it. With them buffing the contribution turn-ins. Apparently farming will get you like 1 contribution a day at my contribution level. Click. Oh yeah, the farming icon. Yeah, I forgot about this. It's been off my screen for so long. Okay, so I have a bunch of Ovia workers. I mean, I don't think it matters. I'm not going to bother getting all giants. Actually, I wonder, when they do the farming rework and you only have to check it once a day, are your giants, like, are you still going to have to prune just as often? With auto feeding? We don't have auto feeding for workers, though. Or are they adding that? Is that something that's supposed to be being added? I know I don't need to prune if workers are going to be on it, but it costs worker energy if they're on it, right? We have auto feed. What are you talking about? We can't automatically feed our workers. Oh, wait. Yeah, we can. I'm thinking pets. Never mind. Never mind, chat. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, how do I do this again? Farming icon. Okay. Worker. I used Olvia workers. I remember that. Actually, before, let's see, grilled bird. Grilled bird. Oh, my fucking maids are on cooldown because of those fucking cocksucking seeds. Yeah, I know. I have my Olvia workers there just because I don't have anything near Olvia that I really need. Man, it's been so long since I've run to the central market to grab stuff out of it. Feels fucking foreign to me. Shit. Can I fit 8,000 in there? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Just want to make sure all my workers are working before I start sending ones that are idle. I don't want to accidentally have 2 workers on one node. Wouldn't want to do that again. Okay. Oh, I guess I didn't even need to. Well, I guess I want to have my guy up here anyways. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get the Olvia workers working first. I feel like I'm short some workers though. I guess we got a Velia worker going. And a hideout worker? Do I? I can actually get one more worker in Olvia. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I have a box somewhere. What is the box called where you pick a worker? That's what we're talking about right there. So... Wait, can I not pick Olvia? Fucking bastards. Making things fucking difficult. Okay, guess we're gonna go roll workers. Let's see, can I get more lodging in Olvia? Actually, what did I invest? Oh, that's right. Okay, something else I need to do. That I completely forgot about. That... Yeah, all done. Okay, now... I can... Can I just sell this whole run? There we go. Now... Oh, I should grab these back, because I took these down, because I needed that contribution. I wonder if those workers remember the job that they did there. Let's see. Let's see if they remembered that they were working there. No, I gotta reassign them. Fucking dumbasses. Okay. Now... Wait, there was one more. Fuck. There was one more spot that I needed some contribution from. I think it was Abandoned Iron Mine. Maybe that one already remembered? Or no. Gorgo Rock Belt. Yeah. I knew it was around there. Okay, get him going again too. Actually... Wait. Maybe... Was it here maybe? Because that wasn't contribution. That was just a worker. There was something. Maybe it was up here? Do I need to go back in my fucking stream VOD? It was on Kato? Wait. Why the fuck do I have Incado? This shit's not even connected to anything. Am I? I did a long time ago. I haven't redone my workers in a long time. I probably should. Well, I know there was something somewhere. Maybe there wasn't. Okay. Let's see. Worker. Let's see. What kind of lodging we have. Looks like we have not all of the lodging. We'll grab you. And that gives me 2 more workers, right? Was that what I needed? How many more farms did I need? I think we needed 3 more, right? Because I think this one is a fuck. If I'm not mistaken, I moved, not accidentally. Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe I was thinking of doing it, but I didn't do it yet. Okay, 2 more. Perfect. We now have 2 lodging in Balanos, so we will do this. And wait, no. Contract workers. Olvia. Okay. I don't want to worry about upgrading it, so we're just gonna fucking let this shit rip and go for artisans. Kind of annoying. I don't have a box. I already have all the swiped lodging. Unless they added more. For energy saving, I'm not worried about that. I just don't want to see green, yellow, or blue workers. Kind of basic bitch you think I am? You're letting green workers on your fucking workforce? Get out of here! Somebody kick them out. Yeah, but I'm not using my energy for anything. Do you guys realize? Do you not see all my workers or all my characters are at cap? The energy's being burned, fellas. It's already happening. We're going red goblins. That's it. And you can't convince me otherwise. Why can't it just roll them all at once and be like, okay, this is the probability. You know, like let's say it's a 1% chance, but you're rolling 100 times. So what's 0.01 to the power of 100? Let's just roll that, right? Fuck. Or whatever. 1.01 to the power of 100, whatever the fucking math would be. And then it just rolls your cumulative chance. Not 1.5. Shut up. You guys are going to be so embarrassed when you guys are looking at your yellow workers and your blue workers and your green workers on your farms, and you see old man Zeth with his big buff goblins fucking zooming around his farm, just eating those bugs like crazy. Ooh, one artisan. Well, then they're going to be digging real fast. They're going to be fast as fuck. I wish I could pick artisan goblin too. We got 2 artisans and 5 characters. It's pretty good. Make that 3. But I'm fucking stubborn. It has to be a goblin. I got my goblin empire. They got to be goblins. We don't take foreigners on our worker empire. We got to make sure everybody gets along. Damn, I'd die for those 3, says the man who's like, yeah, just get the little ones and level them up. That's right. Who's laughing now? Not me? Maybe it wasn't you, but I'm going to assume it was you. You guys got the same color name. All you pink named people look the same to me. Actually, your name's purple. It's on my multi-chat. It's pink. Never mind. I'm a purple name loser, too. You're green? Not on mine. On mine, you don't have yours set, Mugo? So it's random to just whoever. Yeah, it's orange for me, too. So maybe it's not random for people, but I see orange. Man, this takes a fucking while. I can't believe I rolled 3 fucking artisans already, and not one of them was a goblin. Come on, give me the fucking goblin. Give me the fucking goblin. Oh yeah, maybe it is random. Yo, what's up, John? Just think of the opportunity cost of this. I've been doing this for an hour now. This legit cost me like fucking 3-4 billion silver. This is fucked up. What a fucked up day. Why can't I open those fucking worker boxes for Olvia? Why does it have to be the main city?
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't you want to
Oh my god, don't even start that 6-7 bullshit! Fucking Roots last night when we were doing War of the
33
Roses.
years, basically halfway to 67.
He didn't realize it, but he's like, we got to make sure we hurry. If we let them take 5, then we're going to lose 6 and 7. And of course, fucking Pico and Vega, or in general, they're just like, oh, he said it 6-7. I'm like, you fucking losers. Oh my god. I hate that shit so much. I hate it. This is why our kids are getting dumber. But guess what? We were the dumb ones at one point when we were all like, what's up? This is the same shit. Our parents are sitting there fucking cringing. Yeah, I guess it depends on your generation. Some people fucking the little Knuckles VR meme. That shit was kind of funny though. The clips of that shit was actually kind of funny. Until all of a sudden everybody was doing it, and then it was like, oh. Then they just beat it to death. Yo! Look at you guys with your yellow workers. You're pissed. You're pissed. You're pissed. To be fair, our brain rot at least had a source and meaning behind it that people understood. A lot of people, myself included, when 6-7 first started taking off, a lot of people needed explained to them. You are right. Was up. People knew immediately. They're like, oh yeah, scary movie, right? And the funniest thing about that is like this was before the days like caller ID and shit was like mainstream and popular. So when you answered the phone, you could be yelling "What's up?" and it's just some fucking random person who's like, "What the hell?" You didn't know who was calling you. You just let that shit rip. Fucking grandma on the other line. And then grandma does it back. 57. What's 57? Easy. Easiest game ever. 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 Easiest game ever. 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 Here you are with your shitty little workers. And look at me, my big Giga Chad workers. Can I sort by like farms or some shit? Working on garden. Oh, there is one from Velia. So we do need one more lodging. Shit, I should actually get rid of that other lodging. So I don't actually need this one. I'll wait for this one to finish. Okay, and then that should give me 10. Perfect. Okay. So we need one more, chat. You wrote those artisans just for farming? No, I rolled it because I'm not a basic bitch. I only hire the best of the best. You may be out there hiring the people behind Home Depot, but I'm getting the fucking local entrepreneurs, okay? The local craftsmen that have been doing this shit for years. Watch this, chat. We're going to get one more goblin, and you guys are going to be super pissed. Super fucking pissed. Slippery salmon? What? Prep. This is like 3 streams in a row you popped in here. Is BDO back? How's the Savior grind going? Or the Seraph grind? You'll be the first to know when it starts? I don't even know what that fucking means. Super fucking pissed that the streamer can't update their stream title 3 streams in a row. And that's why it'll be 4 and then 5 and then 6 and then 7. I want to piss you off so much that you fucking unfollow. And then I never have to deal with your ass again. Means I'm coming for you? You've always been coming for me, loser. And then you clean up the mess after. Just saying. I start streaming with a cam on and Trep is in here every fucking day since. The hell? I don't like the way this conversation turned. Ronan, it's not even Thursday. What are you doing in here? What are you doing in here? You say that, Ronan. You say that. But my luck has been being saved up. I've been having bad luck on these Adani armors because on Thursday, guess who's getting a shining stone? It's all coming back. It's all coming back to me. Oh my god, an instant another fucking wrong one, god damn it. I am just the artisan king. These artisan workers are just jumping at me. Look at that. 3 and like 50 energy. They fucking love me. How do I get a shiny stone? You play the fucking game, Trep. That's how. Basically, you do your weekly clicks. It's dirt cheap. You purchase 1 million ingots, you don't need 1 million ingots. You just wasted a bunch of silver. Classic Trep. Oh my god, what is going on? Oh, fuck. How many artisans did we get in one fucking character there? That was crazy. But all the wrong ones. Didn't that not change? You can go to Global Lab and check it out. They made it dirt cheap to click. It's really cheap to click. It's just on average going to take you a long time. The pity is actually approximately the average success chance of getting it. So around that. So it's going to be like 250 clicks on average. So you'll either go average cost or get lucky. But it's like a 0.4% chance. And it's basically like 20 sharps per click, I think. Or the vendor item. Or maybe it's 200 sharps or the vendor item per click. I think it was actually 10 per thing. Oops, wrong button. Make sure I don't accidentally start rolling workers in the wrong area. 17 pre-orders already for Shining. The thing is Shining is going to change. All of those orders, there'll still be probably 7, maybe, I don't know. The starting bid price is 1 trillion silver, which is actually already over the average cost. So min price Shining is going to be 1 trillion, and that's already over the average cost. With how cheap they made it and how reasonable it is going to be to click, there's going to be no reason not to click every fucking week, no matter who you are, because over time, you will make money. You should buy 10k sharps. I mean, if they're below 5 million a pop, then you will save money. But if they're above that, then no, because there's instead of you going to the blacksmith to buy crons there, you're effectively just going to the old mood vendor and giving him your silver instead. So, like, all these people are like, oh, it's so much better, it's not crons. It's, like, still basically another fucking thing. At least I guess there's a chance that it's sharps. It basically puts a floor price for sharps, which is a good thing, but most people are just going to be going to the old moon vendor and dumping their silver instead of the blacksmith. Now they have a whole new vendor they have to fucking walk to. Yet. That's right. Yet. I'm so confused. Okay, Trep. Depending on your enhancement level. Okay, you do your rifts. You get these stones from rifts. You're guaranteed to get the stones from rifts. You get 20 stones per rift, which means every 5 days you can get 120 of these stones. Depending on your alchemy enhancement level, well, first you need to convert these stones to the upgraded stones, which, if I'm not mistaken, takes like 10 sharps apiece or something like that. But if... Let me get my workers rolling. If sharps are over 5 mil apiece on the central market, then, or 20, sorry, 20. It's 20 sharps per one of these stones. So it's a fuckload of sharps. But if they're over 5 mil a pop, you can go to the Old Moon vendor and use a different item instead called the Okila something of Old Moon or whatever. Old Moon of Okila. I can look it up as soon as I'm done rolling this last worker. But you can use that instead, which means you'll never want to use over 5 mil sharps because you can just go to the vendor. Now, if you can get sharps right now for less than 5 mil, then you'll save some money. But honestly, I don't know. How here, let me open up Garmoth. I can look up the central market here right now. I doubt sharps are below 5 mil right now, at least on NA. There's actually, you can get some. Looks like you could save a little bit of money. Yeah. 4.66 is the lowest. But you're talking pennies. There's so few listed. 4.75 is where there's a reasonable amount listed, right? There's 11,000 listed at that price. So you save 5% per click? I mean, I guess it's something, right? Now, would someone pay 5.1, 5.2, or 5.3 so they don't have to move from the vendor? Possibly. I mean, there's certainly a upcharge on laziness. That is for fucking certain. There's plenty of evidence of that. So the stones you use, you only go from Splendid to Shining? No, you can go all the way up. You use them from every enhancement level. Depending on your enhancement level, though, it'll use more or less stones. Like when you're going from Splendid to Shining, it takes 30 stones. If you're going from Resplendent to Splendid, it's 20 stones. And then I think it's like 10 stones, and then 5, and then like obviously it steps down. There you go. Right there, Trep. Click that shit. educate yourself. Yeah, 1 in 3 pity will 1 in 3 pity. 1 in 3 people will pity. It actually looks like you have a like a aside from going for sturdy, everything is almost like a 1 in 3 to pity, approximately. So odds are everybody will pity at least one of the stages. We'll buy Splendid to save stones for Shining. It's probably a good choice. Honestly, there's going to be people who get lucky and hit a Shining Stone, and they're going to see that 1 trillion silver, and they're going to be like, "Hey, 1 trillion silver, that's my deck weapon, right?" And they would rather get the deck weapon than the Alchemy Stone, so they'll just quick sell it, and we're done. The haters lose. Yeah, so there'll be definitely Shinings that sell too, because people will be like, "Hey, I could sell this and buy a fuckload of taps on my weapon." Yeah, it costs less to make it, so why wouldn't people sell it, right? They'd be like 1 trillion because that's going to be the floor price, and it'll probably go up a bit too, right? People are going to be putting orders up, and people are going to want to like get the first ones. So, like, honestly, they'll probably be able to sell it initially for like 1.5, 2 bill, and then I think most people will be like, "No, that's a little high. I'm not going to bother with that." Or trill, sorry, not bill, trill. There we go. They will change the prices. Well, they already said to refer to the prices that already exist. They might change them in the later future, but they already said in the most recent global lab to refer to the previous one for market prices, which implies to me that they're not initially changing them. But yeah, part of me just wants to put up an order, try to put up an order for like a destruction, and just keep saving my rift stones until I get that, and then just start dumping into the other ones. The thing that's annoying to me is the pities don't carry over. So you can't be like, if I'm 100 clicks into the Shining Stone and all of a sudden an order comes through, I'm not going to be able to start working on the Protection Stone and start at 100 pities. I got to start back at 0, which then creates this weird environment where I'm like, do I want to keep tapping Shining on the Destruction Stone so I can sell it and try to get my money back, or am I going to continue working on the other ones? But like the other ones are so worthless, they're worthless. It's something to fucking work on. Having triple Shining, ooh, that'd be a flex. Okay, now that we spent 2 hours doing that shit. New treasure item, and combine all 3 Shinings into one ultimate stone. And then I snap my fingers and half of you disappear, IRL. Okay. Get to the grind. Wait, why do I only have one horse buff? Yo, horse, you're supposed to give me all 3. I love when my horse decides to start trying to fucking RP as a submarine. Like, fuck off. I gotta start keeping my horse over here, I think. I think it's specifically that ramp. But yeah, if you think of how many people are going to be clicking for these stones, the probability of like people hitting Shining tomorrow, or on maintenance, sorry, is pretty reasonable. There's going to be somebody, guaranteed, who goes straight from Resplendent to Shining. There'll be at least one of those losers tomorrow on Thursday. I already have Penmanos Gathering close, and that's me. Well, I only need to go 1 step. I don't even need to go 2. I already have all the Splendids. No, me, I'm the loser. Hey, don't fight over it, you guys. You can all be losers. If you're lucky enough. How many clicks a week you get? Trep, are you fucking dumb? I already told you, you get 120 stones every 5 days from your rifts. So look at that fucking webpage that was linked to you and do the fucking math. Do a little bit of division. You're pissing me off, Trep. You'll get to do 6 or 7 clicks. That's how many. That's it. Game's ass. Yeah, more time-gated content, Trep. Yay! Yay, we love time-gated content. Not really. You're making one the old-fashioned way? Well, you have like 3 days left, because once they add that new system, you can't make it anymore. There's only the new way. There is no old-fashioned way. Imagine wasting those weekly pieces going for sharp. Yeah, if you don't already have a Splendid, I think a lot of Splendids will sell. I think the best bet is to save your weekly stones and just save up enough money to put an order on a Splendid, buy the Splendid, and then start immediately going for Shining. If I didn't have Splendids already, that's what I would do. No, I don't remember how long it took me. And yes, Dekia 2 is easier, but there's got to be people willing to do Dekia 2, and I just don't think there's a lot of them anymore. Especially with the new group grind spots coming this week. Olin's is probably going to be a ghost town. I would imagine most people are probably going to move to the new Gyfin or new Miramok. What they need to do is they need to convert Dekia 1 into a solo spot. So you could at least go out and have somewhere where you can solo for it. I mean, you can solo the original non-Dekia Olins, but that shit just feels miserable. Dekia 1 a solo spot, Dekia 2 a group spot. It's easy. Fuck these losers. Fuck all these losers. I don't even fucking care. I'm not playing this game where we're just going back and forth until that shit is fucking at the bottom anyways. He's lived long enough to become the villain, yeah. I don't fucking play around. Either we all wait our turn at max price, I would much prefer that, or I just fucking dump them at min. But I'm not playing this, let's take turns fucking undercutting each other until it's eventually min price anyways. Not fucking happening. Either we play by the rules or I flip the fucking table. That's it. Became the monster? Yeah. I was turned into the monster. You guys turned me into the monster. All these people who are allergic to money and can't wait their turn. Now everybody makes less money. And guess what? I have tons of money, so I'm not worried about it. Blame time gating. If it wasn't for time gating, then I'd be a lot more concerned about my money. Hurdle Abyss and the player base have done this to me. Yeah, people can't wait their turn. People can't wait their turn. So fine, fuck it. Like I said, I'm not checking that every 2 seconds. Apparently life skilling is where all my luck went to. I can't believe I rolled that many artisans in that fucking few characters. I rolled like, what, 15 fucking artisans? Only 3 were goblins, but I rolled so many giants. That was ridiculous. Fuck you, Deja Vu. What the fuck you coming into a BDO stream talking about taxes for? None of us want to be thinking about fucking taxes right now. Jesus. Talk about ruining the vibe. Fuck. You just fucking ruined my day. Thinking about the fucking 40 grand we're gonna have to pay the fucking tax man. Ugh. As I said so. Oh, okay. He makes a strong argument. Makes a strong argument. Why's my AP so low? Oh, I guess it's not that bad. I'm at 2K. I bet I got at least one person doing their taxes right now. I bet you got at least 352 people pissed off at you. Or I guess 351. Nobody wants to be sitting here thinking about their fucking taxes right now. Don't you want a paycheck back? Oh, you're one of those people that actually gets money back? Oh, boy. Between the taxes for me and my wife, we end up paying between 30 to 40 grand we end up owing them. It's not fun. Although most of it ends up actually going to CPP. Not the CCP, CPP, Canadian Pension Plan. So, you know, it technically is going towards retirement. But, fuck. Yeah, I bet you wanna see that right now, don't you, Joey? I miss the days. I miss the days when I got money back. Because, yeah, tax day, it was still annoying because it was like you give the government money just for you to have to do work to get it back. And if you don't do the work to get it back, they keep your money. Because if you owe the money, they will come at you. But if they owe you money, oh, it's your own fault for not filing. And then the funny thing is if you file, it's like a fucking... They know how much you owe. They just want to see if you're going to be honest about it. And they want to see if they can maybe charge you interest on it for being slow. The fucking system is fucking legalized mafia. That's what it is. Fucking government's the mob. Relax and listening, I know, right? Delete the VOD. Scrub the tape. We gotta get back to talking about BDO. Because when you're a business owner, you don't pay monthly. Right? You don't pay into all these things. So you get your whole paycheck back, but then you end up getting a big bill at the end of the year. Yeah. Like I said, most of it ends up going to CPP, so it's, you know, assuming the Canadian pension plan is still around when it comes time for me to retire and they're not bankrupt, then we should be good. Although it's one of those things, right? As the government prints more and more money over time, by the time I retire, all the money that's in my Canadian pension plan will be worth, like, it'll probably have a quarter of its purchasing power. Yo, what is up, Biseptimus? Thank you so much for the raid. Good morning, Velkia. That reminds me, though, my 5090 I just bought. Actually, I bought a 5080.
Oh shit! I just realized I'm not gonna be able to claim the 5090 until next year's taxes. I claimed the 5080 on this year's and then the 5090 on next year's. Fuck. I should have bought that shit. Well, I guess I could have bought it a few days earlier. It wasn't in stock.
More grizzly bear like. What? Do I sound like a grizzly bear? And the 5090? I do, yeah. Preparing for that Crimson Desert launch. We're going to be running that shit. Max settings. To the moon. Oh yeah, probably. I'll be doing a long stream that day of release for sure. And I'll be streaming quite a bit that first week. We're going to actually not be rushing through it though. We're going to actually be paying attention to the story and all that shit. There's going to be some people out there who are just spamming R. Just fucking racing through it as fast as possible instead of enjoying the little adventure that has been made for us. Any R spammers in chat? I hope that they don't allow you to skip dialogue in Crimson Desert. That'd be hilarious. The BDO player base would be in shambles. In absolute fucking shambles. People are spamming single player games? Yeah. Don't let you skip on the first watch, but let you skip on the second? That works. I mean, we have a lot of voice acting in BDO, and people still skipped it. Right? That was part of the reason why lots of content ended up getting delayed, is because they had to get the voice actors and the translation done for every region, right? We were waiting on localization a lot of the time. Just for people to just spam R anyways. The reality is people are just impatient. But yeah, in the case of BDO, it's, you know, not as big of a deal to skip it. It's not really super relevant to your gameplay, what's going on. Where, in a single player, that's kind of like the whole purpose, right? You're progressing through a story. It's almost like a choose your own adventure book, right? If anybody remembers those. It's hard to follow and incomplete. Well, it's an evolving story, right? So it is hard to follow because people don't realize that there's a bunch of like converging stories. And we have content given to us so far and few apart that, like, aside from Adania, which did a pretty good job with a lot of story, all the story, like, prior was like, they'll give you, like, maybe 20 minutes of actual story, and then you have to wait 2 years for the next 20 minutes of story. So by the time the next fucking expansion comes out that kind of starts to progress the story a bit further, you've forgotten about all that shit, right? Especially for the people who played way back in the day. The storytelling is a lot better now than it used to be. If you started way back at the beginning, yeah, fuck that shit. They've been doing a good job at improving their storytelling, but they still have some ways to go. There is a pretty interesting overall story going on. I hope one day Alezra comes out, drops her hood, and you see her long, luscious hair. And then she does this and pulls the wig off and looks back, and it's fucking Enlave all along. Just all of a sudden, you got a beard and bald man. It was Enlave all along. The ultimate twist. And then he does it again, and it's Jay. And he's back, and he's got that fucking look on his face, and all of a sudden he slides the whiteboard into frame. Oh no. The actual supervillain. Hey, I'm just saying, we didn't have any time gating when we saw Jay. Can we bring Jay back, please? Can we bring Jay back? I'm not liking this Wansu guy anymore. There's too much time gating in my Black Desert Online. I want Jay back. They do, enemy team. 1 day a week, yeah. Log in, do your clicks. The thing is there's still a very large portion of the player base that hasn't reached the time gating. So to them, they're just like, oh, the people are just mad that they can't get super far ahead of me. But I can't wait until they slam into the time gates, and then, like, you see it in almost every game. The majority of the people eventually, is once they hit the time gates, they start to realize, oh, yeah, this sucks. You're telling me that I'm going to have a hard time catching up to these people even with time gates? I can't actually just grind harder to try to catch up to these people? Is there a single game out there where the majority of the people are happy about the time gates in that game? I'm pretty sure most of the, like, there's always going to be some happy people, right? But I feel like the general consensus is in every game that time gates people turn on it. They're just like, huh? No, this sucks. What the hell? Was wondering, if there was no time gate, wouldn't you just be capped and got nothing to work on? Yes, but that's because of another problem. That's because Pearl Abyss is so tardy with getting new stuff out. The idea of capping a slot back in the day was obnoxious, never mind capping all the slots. There was always something to work on, always a slot to work on. And then Pearl Abyss just started being really slow with adding new progression to the game. And now, because they don't want to keep up with our pace, they're forcefully slowing us down. Now, some of you might make the argument, well, like for example, the originally announced Alchemy Stone system, right? Some of you might make the argument, because I personally like that. It was going to cost like 10 to 15 trillion silver. I was like, shit, hell yeah. A goal that I could keep working on. But most people will be like, no, I don't want to do that. And it's understandable, right? But I think the problem is, there's not enough different ways for you to enjoy making silver in the game. Like me, I like grinding. So the idea that grinding is obviously the primary form of income in this game. I really enjoy grinding too. I enjoy chilling and hanging out with you guys while you grind. So the idea of having to grind 10 trillion silver for something isn't that big of a deal to me, because I enjoy the journey, right? It's not so much so about the destination. It's always nice to have a destination to take steps towards, right? But I enjoy the journey to the destination. Now, when you guys go, well, I don't want to have to make that much silver. The problem I see is not the amount of silver. It's that there isn't a journey you enjoy to that destination. There are people out there who enjoy different types of life skills. There's some people, like, if all they could do is gather, they would just gather. If all they could do is farm, they would just farm. If all they could do is trade, they would just trade. But there's so many different things that have fallen behind that you don't enjoy, right? And you feel forced to do the things that there's a lot of things in this game that you would enjoy, but you can't make money doing. So you're forced to do the things that you don't enjoy. And I think that's what Pearl Abyss should work on, right? When the player base sees like this really far out goal, and they're worried about how much they're gonna have to work towards it, well, why the fuck does it feel like work? It's because they don't enjoy the journey. So make the journey more enjoyable, right? Make everybody have their own journey. Remember, this is supposed to be a sandbox MMO. Let people focus on farming. Let people focus on gathering. Let people focus on fishing, active fishing, right? As long as the activity, like there's 3 tiers to your gameplay, right? There's either a fully active gameplay where you got to be sitting at the PC playing, like grinding and gathering, right? For example, 2 quick examples. And then, you know, you got your semi-AFK activities like processing and, you know, doing your alchemy on the tool or doing your cooking, right? Where you get to step away from the PC maybe 30 minutes to an hour at a time, depending on your character's weight. Those should make a little bit less. And then there's your full AFK activities, right? Where you're, you know, like your AFK fishing, where you're gone for 8 hours at a time. Those should make the least, right? It should be based, you should be rewarding your player base based on their level of activity. For example, too, PvP is a fully active activity, right? So PvPers should be able to make money. Now, the second part of that, too, should be level of investment, right? Obviously, somebody who just started gathering today shouldn't be making as much silver as somebody who's invested, like, let's say, a couple trillion into their life skill and gear. So that should be the second part of it. It should be first level of activity, and then your investment that bumps it even harder. And then you should be incentivized to progress your gear so you can make more money, right? And enjoy it more too, right? It gives that sense of accomplishment when you get these gains and all of a sudden the activity that you enjoy becomes even better. But yeah, when people got upset about it costing so much for the alchemy stone system, the way they originally announced it, I just saw a bunch of people who aren't enjoying the journey. That they just don't have ways that they enjoy to make money, and that needs to be improved. An unspoken goal of mine, back when Fallen God existed, right? Well, I guess it still exists. I didn't talk about it because I didn't want people to try to pressure me into clicking. But my original intention was if we never got Adania armors and we stayed with Pen Fallen Gods, my plan was to put up order. I had orders up on Pen Fallen Gods. And when I saved up enough costume and resources to go average on whatever remaining pieces I had left, so if I managed to order a Pen Fallen God along the way, then I'd only need enough crons for the average for 3, right? But once I reached that point, I was planning on doing a massive enhancement stream. But it was a fuckload of silver. And it wasn't something that I wanted to trickle silver into because I knew it was such a long out goal. I didn't want to trickle a bunch of silver into a system that could potentially get replaced, and all of the trickling I did into it became meaningless, which ended up happening. It turns out that was a really good decision because now with the Adania armors, right, they're significantly cheaper than trying to make your own Pen Fallen God. So luckily, I actually had that foresight to actually not just trickle money into it. But now I'm left in a situation where, you know, it's unfeasible for me to dump my money into Pen Fallen God because it's just like that's a massive waste of silver. Even buying is like a big what the fuck. Even buying a Pen Fallen God, which is way cheaper than the average of making it, even that is quite a bit of silver tossed away. But now I'm left with all this silver and nothing to throw it on, so I feel like this is going to get worse before it gets better. But with how much money you're making between like Node War bags, Siege bags, War of the Roses bags, I know you guys aren't making those, but the things you guys are getting between AFK fishing, your weekly bosses, your weekly guild bosses, your weekly rifts now are giving you like a couple billion silver a week as well on top worth of crons. Like you're making so much silver now just from these weekly activities that if they continue down this road of time gating, which I feel like they genuinely will, they're going to realize that their player base doesn't need to swipe to keep up with the time gated clicks. And it's going to start affecting their bottom line. They're going to have to figure out a way to fix that. And there's obviously, I shouldn't say only two ways. I haven't put a ton of thought into maybe other ways that they could remedy it. But the two obvious ways would be either A, start adding gear that isn't time gated again, or B, make it so you can use real money to bypass time gates. No, God, no. Unfortunately, that's one of the realities. That's one of the ways that they get their money back, right? Because this isn't a charity. This isn't a charity. And I would much prefer them to monetize cosmetics. But considering how stingy they are with cosmetics for big things like tournaments and stuff, and they make them like the Griffin mount. It's a tournament they've done like twice in the last 4 years. They couldn't even have made the Griffin permanent. They had to make it a temporary thing. They are so fucking cheap when it comes to anything cosmetic. Even titles and shit like that. Like, it is so rare for them to do a title that is cool that isn't a temporary title. They are so fucking cheap with that shit. Yeah, the AOS outfit has lost so much meaning too. Now that we've had it for what, 7 fucking seasons now? Having an AOS outfit doesn't mean shit. I'm sure half the people who have them got them by abusing some class that was meta for that season. And it's crazy too, because they could do something super simple for the outfit, right? Like you could have the same armor. You could have the same armor, but you could just do a different helmet, right? Because the original one had a horse on the head. If I could fucking find it, right? The original one has a little horse on it, right? They could have legit just changed the fucking helmet every season. So there was something unique every season. But they're so fucking cheap with doing fun shit like that. It pisses me off so goddamn much. Yeah, it could just say S1, S2, S3, S4, right? It could be the same outfit, but legit, when you mouse over, it says Solaire Knight Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. And even that would be way cooler than just using the same fucking thing over again. It's so annoying. Because then it's a talking point, right? Then you could be like, oh, you earned your Solaire outfit in Season 4? Oh, that was the Suckzerker season. That season sucked. What did you play? Oh, Suckzerker? Yo, you're one of the fucking losers. Fuck you, buddy. Right? It creates like a community conversation that is so much more exciting than just a fucking outfit that fits every season. That has no uniqueness to it at all. It's so frustrating how something as simple as just changing the fucking text on it could add so much more meaning to it. It frustrates me to no end because it's like just the simplest thing. Only 600 outfits since release of AOS? Has there been 6 or 7 seasons? Obviously 100 per season, so yeah, whatever number of seasons there's been. Yeah, I guess there's been 6 seasons. That sounds right. Because if Suckzerker was Season 4, Awakened Sage was Season 5, Awakened Sage and Deadeye was Season 5, and then we just had Season 6. And then, yeah, there's some people with multiples. But that's still 600 outfits, but that's not 600 people, right? So it's still true, 600 outfits. It's just not 600 people. The multiples are the Fodom enjoyers? Oh, there's some of them, for sure. There definitely are some of them, not all of them. Yeah. if you had a new unique reward every single season, there's a lot of people out there who don't care enough. They are absolutely really good players, but they don't care enough to be trying to be competitive every season for something so meaningless as just the same costume over and over again. If you had a unique reward every season, there are a lot of people, a lot of these really good players would come back out of the shadows and actually go hard during the seasons. And the seasons would end up being way more competitive. There'd be a ton of people who barely make top 100 that wouldn't get top 100 anymore. Myself being one of them, right? If the seasons were that much more competitive, and a lot of these people who already got the rewards and aren't interested in earning a second or third costume, they would probably push out like the bottom 30 people, right? Anybody who was, if you got top 100 and you were like anywhere between like rank 70 to 100, you would probably get pushed out by those players coming back and actually being competitive again. Yeah. Yeah, they could do something like a cool mount, too. As long as it's something original every season. Somehow WoW has mounts for every season? Well, it's not hard to do, right? It's not like the mounts dramatically change every season. Like, how many seasons is it just a fucking new type of dragon or drake, right? And they just change the armor a little bit on it. You don't have to have massive differences. Just such a missed opportunity from Pearl Abyss. WoW players busting out over the 10-3 color the same mount, yeah. And we would too! We would too! Players in general, that's not even a WoW thing. If you had just a different colored mount. With how transbogging works, different color mounts work well into that. Yeah, because then you can find something that matches, right? Get like a little theme going on with your setup. Imagine if, like, you know the new colors they're adding for, like, Sovereign Glows and stuff like that? Imagine if they put that behind Top 100. And each season you win, you get to pick one color. So if you want to collect all the colors, you gotta get Top 100 multiple seasons. Obviously the non-PvPers would lose their minds. But you would have probably you would have like multiple like really competitive seasons as people are trying to get like all the colors that they like, right? I'd love a purple color. Divius would obviously go crazy trying to get his blue color and shit like that. The Olympiad glow? I never played Lineage 2 once they added the Olympiad. Divi stolen blue? What do you mean stolen blue? By the way, what'd you get, Trep? I saw you say that you got something. What'd you get? You've always been blue themed? I don't know if I've ever seen you wearing blue, Trep. True. I guess the X is blue. I don't even need to click it. You're right. But just because your Twitch icon's blue, I've never seen you wearing blue in game. You know what you need, Trap? I'm gonna get moved over to Vagabonds, and I'll just tell you what channel Divios is on, and you need to keep killing him and telling him that he needs to change his color. You know what, Trap? Divios is a drip stealer. I used to wear that Jolly Winter hat and all that shit, and then he saw me wearing it all the time, and then as soon as they added it back to the game, he bought it. Now he's wearing it all the time. Same with the fucking burnt eye shit that I do on my warrior. I've been doing that since the very beginning. My first warrior template, I did that. And then at some point, that fucking rat started doing it with his. Pisses me off. Divios is the ultimate drip stealer. Would he ever kill him? No, he wouldn't. Imagine a badass glow like this. Let's see. Oh my god, that looks so fucking cool. You'd decimate that, dweeb? Would you though? Would you? Isn't Eskmeg the exact same? Eskmeg has like this thing where he's like Divios from Temu, right? And he wears that shit with pride. I wonder if Eskmeg swapped his striker to Wukong too to copy Divios. Or is he still on striker? Because he even had the same tag set up. Hey, maybe Divios is trying to be like Eskmeg, right? Eskmeg got a little 7-day suspension for dropping meteors, dropping Orbita golems on people's heads. And now Divios got suspended for contribution. Contribution abuse. Or quest abuse. You could say it was a contributing factor. I just pictured you putting the fucking glasses on like Miami Vice. Oh, fuck.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
What if he cheated every tournament and nobody knew? Well, the last 2 tournaments, right? In the clip that audio file is from, some weird bug happened where Divios' body was stuck in Oni's hands, but Divios was still running around like invisible. Now, I don't know if he was invisible on the other people's screens, but he was invisible on his own screen. It looked so goofy. And then, the most recent masterclass, when he was fighting, what's his name? Ollie? No. Who the fuck was it? Who was he fighting? Anyways, the guy he was fighting, their timers were out of sync. And the guy he was fighting, it said something like he still had 9 seconds left on the match, and then all of a sudden it just fucking ended. That's a pretty big thing when you have some of these matchups go down to the last who has the most health in the last second. Having your match in 9 seconds fucking early, that's absolutely fucked up. That's just PA things? It is PA things, for sure. But PA needs to address that, because shit like that, like, that needs to be fixed. Why do we have people's timers that much out of sync? 1 second? Maybe. Fucking 9 seconds? What? Or it was some obnoxious amount of time. Maybe it wasn't 9. Maybe it was like 7 or 8. But that's still way too much time. Was there proof? Yeah. The other person recorded his side, and he showed it. That's how we all know, right? You see the timer on his screen. It ended way early. Yeah. And just think if the reverse is true, right? Sometimes the reverse could be true. Sometimes the person whose timer is right, and then the other person's timer is sitting at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then like 7 seconds later, the match ends, right? That happens sometimes. And that could completely fuck you in the completely opposite way. You might be in that last couple seconds, you're like, okay, I still have my V up. I'm up on HP. You hit V, and then the match doesn't end. And then you stand up out of V, and the person gets a last second chip on you, and you end up losing, right? So it could go in the complete opposite direction, too. You need to get those timers synced up between the competitors. It's important. Especially when you have so many rounds that are ending to time. What a good yawn. Wild idea, next masterclass have rounds not end of time. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. That was only some like specific class matchups, right? Like the most boring one. What fucking matchup was that? Wasn't it Wusa? It was like Suckwusa versus Suckwusa, I think was like the really boring one. Like, even Shy was more exciting than that shit. You had a lot of matchups that were exciting to watch. I think definitely, though, like, Pearl Abyss could take a look at how those matches went across all the regions and say, okay, some of these classes are way too protected. This shit needs to be addressed. Corsair and Wusa. Corsair actually wasn't too bad. I feel like it wasn't really exciting, but it definitely wasn't anywhere near as bad as Wusa was. At least some of the Corsair matches that I watched. Like, people were actually dying because Corsairs just can't get their forward guard back against each other. Ninja finals? Yeah, Ninja and Kuno matchups were super exciting. The Musa matchups, at least on NA, were super exciting. Warrior ones were kind of exciting, but it felt like every warrior, like, there's a lot of good warriors out there. And it felt like a lot of, like, the warrior matchup is who gets lucky with the down smashes. It's like resists all over again. Warrior versus warrior still has to deal with the resist. Anything that's RNG like that is just such nonsense to me. Would you be in favor of removing down smashes from the game? No, I just think down smashes should have their own timer. you should be allowed 1 down smash per combo, and it should have its own separate cooldown timer, right? Having down smash as RNG is what's nonsense. Yeah. Guaranteed chance to down smash. You can only down smash somebody once, like every 4 seconds or something, right? Whatever the typical combo, extended combo length is. Maybe create something a little interesting with it. Maybe make it so, like, if you do like an early down smash and then it comes off cooldown and you do a late down smash, you can still manage to get like a reset combo. So I think having reset combos, when executed properly, are super hype, right? But not all classes have even the capability of doing a reset combo. But I think trying to find like a nice middle ground that if you execute your combo properly and properly space everything out, you can still do resets, I think is good. I don't know what the perfect solution would be to that, but I know, like, how many years have we been fighting against resists? We finally have them removed, and now you have that, right? Not now you have that. I mean, I guess we've always had that, but yeah, in the case of like warrior versus warrior, it's like they're just pulling that lever at the end of their combo, hoping that they get their multiple down smashes.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do you want to you could
Yeah, I don't mind reset combos as long as they are something that requires, you know, like good timing skill and something that would be accessible to everybody as well if you properly execute it, right? That if you fuck up the order or if you fuck up the timing, then you lose the window to do it. Right? Like if you do one of your CCs a little bit too early or you're down smash too early. As long as there remains a skill component to it. Some classes, though, you know, we've had some classes in the past. I remember Sork. I don't know if they still can, but back in the day, Sork would just spam this fucking one ability on you over and over and over again, and man, that shit would down smash you like crazy. There wasn't a skill component to it. They just, you know, at the end of their combo, they'd spam that shit and fish for as many down smashes as possible. Rangers used to be really sick at down smashing too. I don't know if they still are. Rangers not as popular as it used to be. Do you play on remastered now at the 5090? No. Not because I can't. I can get decent FPS in remaster. It's just the lighting and the ambience. I don't know. There's something about it. Every time I put it on, not a fan. There's a lot of things I like about it, but the things that I don't like about it are just too much. The lighting just... Oh. People are only selling one at a time. Yeah, to warm up your setup. Before I had a desk that could go from sit to stand. I used to have my PC under the desk, And it was kind of nice for exactly that reason, because the PC would almost work like a space heater for my feet and stuff. I actually kind of wish this desk had a little tray underneath it like some of them do, so the PC could still be under the desk. Yeah, there's definitely an inconsistency with down smashes. And it's not even like how many you have. Like, some abilities are just insane at down smashing, and some abilities, it just... What's the point of even trying? So there's like so many inconsistencies, not only in how many, but how effective they are as well. Having a good grind? Yeah. Always just chilling. More about good conversations. The grinding is just something I'm doing while chatting. You got rid of the standing desk? No, I never said I got rid of it. Are you not paying attention? I said ever since I got my sit-stand desk. The PC's on top. AoE of the down smash? Yeah. And it's miserable in large scale. Although I guess this primarily affects the DP losers, but when you just get down smashed, like there's sometimes where you get down smashed so much in large scale because there's so many fucking different things hitting you. You could strap it to the tabletop. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take my fucking like $10,000 PC and strap it and just hope one of those straps don't fail. Not a fucking chance. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not that important. I could just put on a thicker pair of socks.
If I'm worried about my feet getting cold. The knock almost killed you? What happened? The Magnus Pro now.
I don't even know what the Magnus Pro is. Thicker socks, you sweat, then you get colder later. Well, if your socks are too thick, yeah, you don't want your feet getting too hot either. It's not like there's no middle ground. It's not like you go from freezing feet to sweaty feet. There is a middle ground there. I don't know if my feet have ever really sweat, though. Do you guys get sweaty feet? Maybe in like a boot that's a little too tight. And like waterproof, right? Because then it doesn't really breathe very well. But when if I'm just sitting there in my socks, my feet, I don't think I've ever sweat. It's typically because of the shoe or the boot that I'm wearing. So like if you're getting sweaty feet sitting at the PC, ugh, what the hell? What are you doing at the PC? Why should I play Sage in a few words? Why do you need somebody to tell you how to enjoy a video game? Just find what you enjoy. It might not be Sage. If you need somebody to tell you how to enjoy a video game, then you're probably not going to enjoy the video game and you should find something else to do.
Have you ever
Yo, Chittle Piddly. Thank you for that sub.
bitch.
Oh, I will not shut up. Can I tell you what food to eat? We'll get those fish and chips. I could go for some fish and chips right now. That sounds real fucking good. Yeah, with some malt vinegar. Ooh, hell yeah. So goddamn good. Fish and vegetables because we're fit now? Just January. Yeah, you could do veggies instead. Some fresh too, like some sliced cucumber. Help balance out the heaviness of the batter on the fish. Why'd you have to get us talking about food? Now I can't help but keep thinking about the food now. Yo, Draku, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it tremendously. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Nothing like deep fried fish to go healthy with? Yeah, right? Shit, just taking like a nice fillet of fish and just throwing it on the grill with a little like olive oil, salt, and pepper. Maybe a little bit of garlic. That shit is so good. I love fish. Fish tacos, yeah. Fish tacos are fantastic too. I should try making like a pizza taco sometime. Like some mozzarella, some pepperoni. I don't know, what else would I put in it? Some green peppers, some mushrooms, just like a little hard shell. A little bit of pizza sauce. Be like a supreme pizza, but taco form. That sounds great. You know what else is fantastic? Tell me, I want to know. Me? Oh my god, Meowdy. You're about to get kissed. You keep that shit up. Venison quesadillas. Ooh, I made quesadillas the other night. Chicken quesadillas. I do pretty simple quesadillas. I'll do, I'll cut up like some chicken breast or some chicken thighs, depending on what I have on hand. And I'll chop it up really thin, cook it in the pan with the taco seasoning, right? Get the meat all ready. And then I'll also cut up broccoli, like really small, and peppers, and jalapenos, and obviously shred some cheese. And the broccoli, though, you gotta cook it ahead of time, and you have to make sure that after you're done, that it's, that like if you boil it, you gotta make sure you drain it. Because nobody likes a soggy quesadilla. And that was one of my earliest mistakes, is like I cooked the broccoli, and then I immediately put it in the quesadillas, and it was still wet. And then I just ended up with soggy quesadillas, and I was like, ugh. I learned that mistake. I made that mistake years and years and years ago. Now I make mean quesadillas. Territor? I don't even know what the hell that is. Broccoli and a quesadilla. Broccoli and cheese goes crazy, okay? Have you not had cheesy broccoli before? So now it's like cheesy broccoli, but with a crunch. Oh, I love broccoli. We actually had stir fry last night, and obviously it had broccoli in it. But I love broccoli. I'll eat raw broccoli. I'll eat cooked broccoli. Broccoli is probably one of my favorite vegetables. Yeah. This was Grimkill. You can thank him. Now we're all sitting here getting fucking hungry. Broccoli, cheese, and rice? Yeah. You make like a jalapeno. Listen. You make a jalapeno cheddar broccoli risotto. It's like a cheesy rice with chunks of broccoli in it and a little bit of heat from the jalapeno too. Fuck, it's good, man. It's so good. Some shrimp too. Oh, some shrimp. I should make some chicken fried rice. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe I'll make like chicken fried rice for dinner tomorrow. That sounds great. I make a mean chicken fried rice. Oh shit. I'm actually out of soy sauce. Fuck. Might have to hit the grocery store tonight. After stream. Go pick up some odds and ends. We're getting kind of low in the cupboards anyways. You're telling me a chicken fried this rice? Hey, you look at my legs, you'd be like, yeah, there's a chicken in that kitchen. Olive oil, salt, pepper, almonds and broccoli, putting in the oven, absolute devour. Oh, yeah. Do that with, like, cauliflower steaks, too. You can do that with practically any vegetable. You could do it with zucchini. You could do it with broccoli. You could do it with cauliflower. You could do it with asparagus. Olive oil, salt, pepper goes crazy on almost anything. Do it on the air fryer. I'll do like cauliflower steaks. So I'll take a head of cauliflower and cut it into these big hunkin' slabs, right? And then do exactly that, but put it on the grill. Get a little bit of a char on that. Oh, Liddy. So when's the cookout? I know. Maybe it's time to dig the snow out from around my barbecue and do some grilling. Hey, if I'm cooking for this many people, you guys are getting fucking hot dogs. I'm sorry. A glizzy party, yeah. Better be some good hot dogs. I don't know if I've ever had a bad barbecued hot dog. I think it's the nostalgia. Hot dogs in general are a pretty disgusting food, but there's something about the nostalgia of just like a grilled hot dog that just makes it so good. All beef ones instead of those slop dogs? Yeah. So instead of eating pig anus, you're eating cow anus. Oh, shit. spam isn't that much better than hot dogs. If not, it's worse. He just makes... Yeah, no, it's the same shit, really, right? And just with spam, it's not in a little intestine casing, you know? It's not in a fun little shape. And it's... spam has way more salt in it. I would imagine. It certainly tastes like it. I fucking love spam, though, man. You guys ever just had spam fried rice? Just cook some rice and then, like, cut your spam up into little cubes and just fry it in a pan and then mix it with your rice? Oh, that shit is so good. It's best to kill as many mobs as possible. Yo, Yagi44, is that you complexified? Did you change your name or some shit? I swear, the only person who's ever used that emote in my chat is complexified. I use crit. If you want to get as many bosses per hour, it's not about how quickly you kill the Shadow Knights, it's about how quickly you kill the frogs. So you're basically trying to kill the frogs as fast as possible to get as many bosses as possible. But at the same time, you have a little mini game of trying to kill as many Shadow Knights as possible. That's basically the TLDR of this slot. Nope, it's not the ghost. You can stand there off to the side between two ghosts and not kill a single one and only kill frogs. And you will eventually spawn the boss. The Shadow Knights are just extra on top. But it's a fixed amount of waves of frogs until the boss is spawned. Yeah, I'll be back, chat. No. Shadow Knights don't kill the orbs. It's the frogs that kill the orbs. I mean, I could show you guys if you don't believe me. I could do a whole cycle where I don't kill a single Shadow Knight and show you guys that none of the orbs will die and the boss will still spawn. How do you deal with the small mobs after you kill the Shadow Knight? Kill them really quick and move on to the next? No, they'll follow you to the next pack. You don't wait for them. The only time you finish off, the only time you stay is if you already have the next wave of frogs already packed up there. There's no reason to move and then have to wait for all those frogs to come to you. You will then finish off that wave of frogs, then move. Why do the knights look like the Black Spirit? Do you really think that's a question for me? You think I designed them? Put in a ticket for Pearl Abyss, maybe they'll answer you. Okay, watch this. Oh yeah. I will do a whole segment where I don't kill a single Shadow Knight. I get something like 15 or 18 waves of frogs. It's something like 5 waves of frogs until the Shadow Knights spawn, and then like another 15 until the boss spawns. We can count it out right now. It's been a while. We did all of this back when they first added this spot. Figure out exactly how it works. Somebody in chat, I'm sure, remembers the numbers. So that was 1 wave of frogs. Two waves. Three waves. Four, and then after this next one, I believe the Shadow Knights will spawn. I believe it was 5, if I remember correctly. Oh, maybe it's 6? Maybe it's 6 and 18? Yeah, there we go, 6. So watch, we won't kill a single Shadow Knight. I'll just stay between these 2 portals. We'll start counting again. That's 1 wave. Two. Unless they buff the damage that the Shadow Knights do to the Caphra's energy. But they used to, when I originally did these tests, the Shadow Knights didn't end up killing them. They didn't have enough damage to kill them. Okay, that was 3. Chat, I might need you guys to help. We're starting to get a little high in our counting and I might forget. What happens if they kill them? If they kill all of them, then you fail the event and it starts over. You don't get a boss. That's 4. Okay, wave 5. Wave 5 dead, that is.
Have you ever had a dream?
Oh god,
that-
shut up.
that you could go do, you wanna go do, you could go do, you wanna go do, you could.
6, 7.
That's another wave done. And another one. Okay, just killed wave 8. Yo, get out of here, little bastard. Wave 9 dead. There's number 10. You know what's the immediate red flag too? That it's not the specters? The fact that you could be in the middle of fighting a specter and the boss spawns. That should be evidence enough it has nothing to do with the specters. Shit, what number were we on? Was that 9 or 10? I think that was 10, so that's number 11. What's the test? It's not a test. It's me showing you guys what I told you. Okay, this is number 12 dead. $13 dead. $14. $15. $16. If I remember correctly, it was 18, but it's been a long time. $17, and I think this one will spawn it. But my memory serves me correctly. And it doesn't. Okay, so that was number 18. There is no reason to avoid them. I'm just proving something.
If my memory serves me, what was I doing?
19. There we go. See, we got the boss. So I guess it was 19 waves, unless I accidentally counted one twice. See? But what I was showing there is you don't have to kill a single specter to get the frog. It's all about how many packs of frogs you kill is what triggers the big frog. The specters and this little specter ads, those are all just extra on top. So the goal of this spot is to kill the frogs, the waves of frogs, as fast as possible, while trying to keep the Shadow Knights on cooldown, right? On respawn. If you want to optimize your speed and your trash here. But we had people in chat saying that they thought that it was the amount of specters you killed is what triggered the boss. And I was just showing that that's not the case. I mean, AoE is king everywhere, unless you have a single target. You basically described 99% of the grind spots in the game. There's a reason why classes with single target, like really tight, really small abilities, tend to be some of the worst grinders in the game. Unless, like Suck Striker, for example, is one of those classes that has insane damage but really small AoEs. It was the king of Olins and pretty shit everywhere else. There is no such thing as acceptable. If you're having fun, then your grind is acceptable. If you're not having fun, then what the fuck are you playing video games for? Just have fun. Focus on fun. You treat the game like a job, it's going to feel like a job. You're going to burn yourself out. Doesn't matter if you're doing half the grind speed of someone else. If you're having fun while doing it, then you're playing the game for the right reasons. Me too, Krushek. I personally didn't care that there was PvE disparity between classes. I spent a lot of my time grinding on Warrior. And I didn't care that it was one of the worst grinders in the game. Because I enjoyed it. My issue with... I had no issues like with Awakened Nova, for example, being the best grinder in the game when it was the best grinder in the game. Because barely anybody grinded on it because it required a lot of effort. Nobody wanted to have to put a line of fairy dust up their nose just to do their grind, right? So very few people grind on Awakened Nova, even though it was easily the best grinder in the game for quite a while. My issue is when you have classes like Guardian, for example, when it was the best grinder in the game and you're basically pressing 1, 2, 3, 4 over and over again. I think grind speed, I am perfectly fine with some classes grinding faster than others. I think it should be relevant to the amount of risk. Your speed should be relevant to the amount, or related to the amount of risk and the amount of effort required for that grind. So if your class requires a lot of effort and there's a high chance of dying, then I'm perfectly fine with it being one of the fastest grinders in the game. If your class is press 4 buttons and sit there in a pack of mobs and there's zero risk of dying, then you should be one of the slower grinders. But I don't mind there being class differences in grind speed, as long as it's relative to the amount of effort and risk involved. My farm's ready yet? God damn it. Why farming? If you know, you know. You know, you know. Scholar, Wukong, Sugdrak, Awakened Guardian, Awakened Sage. Kiki, you're so dumb. You're so fucking dumb. I think Suck Sage would be a much more enjoyable grinder if they made it so you could get back attacks more effectively. Like, you know how you can start an ability, then do a Rift Chain, and then finish the ability? I honestly think that they should add that functionality to Prime Spearbolt and Form Shift as well. And I think if they did that with those two abilities, Suck Sage would be able to much more effectively get back attacks consistently, and it would be a much more enjoyable grinder. Rift Chain iframe should go from 7 to 5 seconds? Sure. But make it so the cooldown doesn't begin until you come out of Rift Chain. Yeah, both Awaken and Suck are very fun. Succession Sage is a lot more unique than Awaken Sage is. Awaken Sage is just basically another rat, but lightning themed. Where Suck Sage has a very unique playstyle compared to a lot of classes in this game. I don't know. There's a lot of classes that, you know, overlap with Awaken Sage in terms of playstyle. But Suck Sage is quite unique in the way it plays. Yeah, the fact that you can't die your Cabelius control device is annoying. That's what people don't realize about Sage, is they actually think that he's like a lightning god, but he's actually just super advanced technologically. And like everything he's doing, it's like he's remotely controlling his Cabelius. It's actually technology. I did, Krushak. I'm pretty sure I responded to you. Maybe I didn't. But yeah, I saw it. Suck Sage is the best class and I'll never swap. Yeah, I've been thinking about fucking around with Suck Sage a lot more. The biggest thing with Suck Sage is positioning. If you're not good at situational awareness and positioning, you'll be an okay Suck Sage. But the Suck Sages that go crazy, yeah, their positioning and situational awareness is what gets them there.
Have you ever had a dream that
Yo, NL the Garland. Yo, thank you for that sub. Yeah, Awakening Sage is it's similar in that sense, but different, right? You primarily have to consider your positioning because of the amount of forward guards in the kit. Fighting in the middle of the desert as an Awakening Sage can feel pretty miserable sometimes because you just don't have shit to put your back against. What's wrong with being smart? It might be the ass part, not necessarily the smart part. Oh, man. Hey, wait. Why didn't I disappear there? Why am I in front of the bang? There we go. Fixed it. You guys always ruin it by doing it like... It's like this weird thing. I don't get it. Like, almost every time when one person does the smoke alarm chirp, someone does it like within a second or two.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Which anybody who owns a smoke alarm knows that they don't chirp that frequently. So it's like the biggest red flag, like, oh yeah, that's fake.
I'm getting hacked.
Yeah, you guys did them close enough to each other that it was just coincidence. And like a lot of times that happens. I don't get it.
Do it! Just do it! I am cheating. I am a hacker.
Brain rot, hive mind, yeah. That's why we're all here, to rot our brains. You can have multiple detectors, sure, but what's the probability of both of them, or all of them running out of their battery at the same time? Battery life.
Just for fucking years in those motherfuckers. Unless you're burning shit in your kitchen all the time and it's constantly going off, then you might have to change them regularly.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
I'm getting hacked.
I wish they would let me organize redeems. I'd like to do a lot of fun, like, redemptions for you guys to do with channel points. But the problem is, like, there's no way to organize them. Like, I can't set up folders and have them grouped up, right? So it ends up just being more you have to scroll through to find what you're looking for. So it makes me not want to add more because of that. In fact, it makes me want to go through and get rid of some. Sorted by ad date. They're actually sorted by cost. That's why I have the shut up one. Cheaper than 1,000 points. Because then it makes it easier to find than the sound effects and the TTS, right? Shut up, bitch! It makes the shut up one super fast. Since that's used to skip the text to speech, then, you know, it's important that you're able to find it reasonably quick. I don't know why I have the You Died one at $9.99 though. I guess maybe because that's more of a time-sensitive one too. I want you guys to be able to find it relatively quickly.
Shut up, bitch!
But yeah, it'd be nice if I could, like, organize it a bit better. Or, maybe there is. No, there isn't. They should have a little search field too, right? Like a little search filter where you could start typing it and it'll filter all the ones that aren't similar. Oh, we were slow as hell with that. That'd be nice too. Beefy. Yo, we're both geniuses, okay? You know what's sick? In what day is it today? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 3 more days, I get my attack speed back while grinding, and I gain 5 more AP. Right? I get my 5 AP buff back. That's sick. And then I gain 3 more AP in PvP, 3 more sheet AP in PvP. And then when I hit Shining, ooh wee, that's gonna be sick. In 2027. Actually, if you click every single time, like if you stay on top of your rifts and do them as soon as they pop, I should be able to get my Shining Stone. Even if I pity it, you should be able to get it before, like in December. Right? Isn't that how the math worked out? 250 clicks. You get to do 4 clicks every 5 days. Top 1%. I wish I was still the top 1%. I'm fucking falling behind. Fucking Norelio technically has higher gear score than me. Figure that one out. That little fucking loser. God damn it, it pisses me off. This fucking time-gated nonsense. You gonna have it 11 months after Divios? Yeah. Divios, you know that fucking... The Dragon Rat is gonna just one-tap that shit. Yeah, I'm well on my way to pitying my second Hex. Or pitying my sep, sorry.
Emotional.
I'm at 14 of
damage.
25 now. Then you have choice being carried. That man has double fucking oct. It is time-gated bullshit. You're at 16 of 25? Yeah. So... That's alright. I hope by Septimus. One taps both his Splendid and his Shining. Boom. Why is this priest in the wall? Get out of there. Yeah. I've been getting absolutely fucked. Every single step of the way, except for Pen, I was well below average. Or above average, depending... Like, above the average amount of clicks. Below average luck. Except for Pen. And the only reason why Pen I ended up slightly lucky is because one of the armors I one-tapped. But the other 3 armors, I did not one-tap.
Say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
The other 3 armors were all bad luck too, but that one-tap made up for the rest of them. But that's okay. It's all gonna get better. It's not about these early taps, it's about the late taps. When I'm starting to click for Nov and Dex, surely I'll one-tap a couple of those, and instantly I'll be back. Instantly, right chat?
Do it. Just do it.
How about them taps? What about them? They're not time gated. What about them? No, I actually don't think pities should be the average. I think pities should always be like triple the average for everything. But I also like the game when it's more difficult. Difficult being used very loosely, because obviously just grinding silver isn't difficult. Yeah, right? That's kind of how I feel too, Yanu. If you're just going to make the pity the average, then you might as well just get rid of your chance of success and it just becomes an XP bar and you just dump resources into it. Because if you can't get unlucky and you can only get lucky, then what's the point? Being more degenerate is the better term? No, I think how difficult something is dramatically affects the value of said thing. And I enjoy things to feel more valuable, more prestigious, because they take more work. Even if that means I will never get that thing, I think it makes that item cooler when a lot less people have it. Yeah. ×2 is better too. I'd prefer ×3, but you know, I'd be perfectly fine with ×2 as well. But when you have the pity is the average at that point, then I don't know, it just feels goofy to me. 。 Bring back no pity. You either get it or you quit trying. Hey, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now, I like how fucking cutthroat, how one item could destroy you back in the day. I miss the day of watching Trep mauled every day, and we see every single person next to Trep's tombstone. Everybody getting their debos and Trep just failing and failing and failing. Actually, Trep never even clicked, right? Wasn't the majority of those pictures Trep hiding behind the tombstone because he refused to go for it? Yeah, pitying Deck Sovereign is... I understand this isn't popular opinion. I think most people think that the Sovereign pities are too high. I like it, to be honest. Like I said, I think it's good to have a safety net for the most extreme bad luck. But Sovereign is approximately triple the average, right? Maybe it's slightly higher than triple the expected average, once you consider the fact that the stack is going up. Did I pity one? No, but I could pity all three. Yeah, 3.5 sounds about right. So you could probably tone it down a little bit to like, what? Maybe like 250. Deck weapons should have been a bigger silver sink. I don't think the problem is with deck weapons being a silver sink. I think the problem is how easy everything else is. Is 4 times? No. It's definitely not 4 times. Let's see. I guess it depends on what you're starting at. I think if we start with a 315, or we'll say 313, average is 99.9 clicks. So that's 3.3 times. If you start on a 382 stack, then it's less than that. But most people aren't starting on a 382. Then it's only 87 clicks. And just because you start on a higher stack, that doesn't mean you, like, the way you're calculating it too is you're not valuing the value of that stack as well into it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess the workshop does value the stack into it. I think most people though just... Oh. All items, last step should be 1% with 300 plus pity. Like I said, I like having really, really hard things. And to me, like, I understand people not wanting to save up trillions of silver to get items, to get the final tier of item. But I don't think that's a problem with how difficult the item is. I think that's a problem with the journey. I don't mind having things that would cost even 10 trillion silver to go for, because I enjoy my journey that I take. And I think that Pearl Abyss should improve all the different sources of income, so you can choose one that's the issue for you, right? There's a lot of people out there who don't like fucking grinding at all, and they want a life skill, right? They want to, and not just like any life skill, they want to gather, or they want to do a whole variety. I'm not going to stop my train of thought just to read your message. You can wait, Krushak. Come on, don't be entitled. But People not wanting to grind up absurd amounts of silver to do stuff, to get things, isn't a sign that those things are too tough. It's a sign that they're not enjoying the journey to those things. So we need to improve the variety of ways there are to earn money in the game, earn silver in the game.
I think there's a lot of people, too, who have this weird entitlement. They don't realize that they're trying to gatekeep. That they feel that because they have a limited play schedule, then the people who don't shouldn't have hard things to work on. Because then they will never get it if it's hard for those people. And my question would be, why do you feel obligated to get everything? Why do
You feel entitled that you should have access to everything with having a limited play schedule. That's part of the joy of an MMO, is having some people who accomplish and get things that, you know, the majority of the player base can't get. It makes those items exciting. It makes them prestigious, right? And back to your comment, Krushak. Yeah, I've definitely commented plenty of times that it would be nice if there was cosmetic things to work on as well. Or maybe even just PvE related things too, right? There's a whole variety of ways they can go about it, and it doesn't have to be or, it can be and. Imagine they gave an item that could grind for you for 1 hour a day. I don't know about that. I mean, they do. They have a fishing rod. While you're sleeping, you make 1 billion silver. Well, I guess that's not an hour of grinding, but... No. With the price of ingots, I don't know if ingots are still up, but processing, if you have a decent mastery for processing, it's actually reasonable money considering how semi-AFK it is. Like, if you have enough weight, you can go AFK for almost an hour at a time. And you're like making like 1 billion silver an hour, maybe even more. Do you think there's a chance? Well, there's always a chance, but we have a track record. Instead of just talking about a plausibility or chance, let's take a look at the track record of Pearl Abyss with cosmetics. That speaks a lot more than just, you know, throwing darts at a board blindfolded. Pearl Abyss seems to do everything in their power to not monetize cosmetic things. They are so cheap with cosmetic things. We will have super rare prestigious events, and they will still be super cheap about giving cosmetic rewards for those. So I think the track record speaks more loudly than the plausibility of them changing their mind and doing something. They profit a lot on Pearl Shop cosmetics. Not in the sense that you're saying, though. They do make the majority of their profit off of costumes, but not for people wearing the costumes. That's a drop in the bucket. They profit off the costumes and Pearl Shop purchases for people trying to get crons. And there's certainly enough evidence out there to show that a game can make a ton of money profiting or monetizing exclusively cosmetics. Take a look at Where Winds Meet and take a look at Path of Exile. Purely cosmetics. And, you know, Where Winds Meet, obviously a newer game, but Path of Exile, one of the best examples of a game that's doing exceptionally well, only doing cosmetics. Yeah, and there's other quality of life in there too, and Pearl Abyss has a ton of quality of life stuff as well, right? But the primary is those exclusive cosmetics. You know, they have stash tabs, we have inventory slots, you know? They have stash tabs, we have a family inventory, that's practically a stash tab. They have stash tabs, we have maids, right? Which helps, you know, there's a lot of things that can be almost directly correlated to being similar to stash tabs that we already have in BDO. So there's already some overlap in that regard, but stash tabs and stuff like that and inventory space aren't cosmetic. Cosmetic is where they're really making the money. There's a lot of people, a ton of people, I bet in our chat alone. Tell me if you're one of these people. But I bet there's a lot of you have no interest in buying like a Gamba box to try to get some Cron stones. But if they add like a really cool effect for your character or a really cool outfit, or like if you were to be able to change the color of your abilities for like $100 or $200, you would pay money for that. There's a ton of people who will easily pay money to make their character look cooler, but they have no interest in paying for progression. And it frustrates me to no end that Pearl Abyss doesn't realize this. Yeah, imagine if you liked Musa, but you wanted like a lightning Musa. So you could change all your effects to be lightning themed instead. But you had to pay $100 for that pack. That'd be fucking sick. Imagine instead of being a water Corsair, you could be like a magma Corsair. And you're just constantly diving into lava and shit. Just all of a sudden, like a volcano opens up under you and you dive in. Like, that shit would be sick, right? If you could change classes like that. Hiding beast form? Oh my god, don't even get me started on Zerkers. That's so fucked up. They don't even probably remember what their costume looks like half the time. They should even just give you the option to toggle beast mode off. Right? So you can actually see your outfit. Turn you into Poseidon and summon water? Yeah, right? Like, they could do really cool things like that with classes. And they could have it like a per ability thing, right? Where you have to pay like maybe $5 per ability. But if you buy the full pack, you get a bit of a discount and you can change all your abilities. They could totally monetize BDO like that instead of through progression. And people would eat that shit up. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why they do it, Stift, right? And it's not even the single costume. That's why they're doing these gacha boxes. Even a costume, right? Yeah, making new effects for a class that you buy is a ton more work than designing a costume. But you know what's a lot easier than designing a costume? Making a fucking Gamba box. That just takes an intern sitting there, copy and pasting the old box and adding one new thing to it. And then adding a 10% discount. It's the fucking laziest way to monetize your game. And it makes me so fucking mad. It's so fucking lazy. Mad, you buy them? No, I don't. Are you kidding me? I do not buy them. Do 6-7 dance? Oh my god. There's so many dances too that they could, you know. I think the monetization with dances though is silly. Like, when you buy a dance, you should unlock it for all your characters. It should not be just an individual character. That shit is absolute nonsense. Same with outfits, too. There should be a wardrobe function, and any outfit that has, like, overlap with other classes, right? Like this hatchet job outfit. I think this is all male classes, right? You should be able to wear that on any class. It shouldn't be tied specifically to Sage. You shouldn't have to buy the same outfit 10 times because you play 10 different female characters. And I know someone's about to type. Someone's in the middle of typing right now. But that would affect their money, their income. If you think that people buying costumes to wear is anywhere near the amount of revenue of people like swiping just for crons and progression, you're not paying attention. Yes, they would see a tiny little dip. But guess what? Having systems in the game that feel good make the game more enjoyable, right? When people come to the game and they see shit like that, maybe it's not going to make them quit the game, but it makes them not really want to be concerned about the outfits. Especially if there's like a cool outfit for a character, but you only have it on that one class. You might be like, oh, I don't know how long I'm going to play this class for, so I'm not going to buy it. But if you can buy that outfit and you're like, okay, cool, any female class that I play from here on out, I will have this outfit for that, you might actually end up buying it, right? So that would offset it a bit. I feel like skills, you just typed what I literally just said. Which class would you recommend to hardcap players for starting with PvP? Whichever one you enjoy the most. Delay's a bitch, yeah. Just as I finished that sentence, I saw your message pop up. I was like, yeah. And this is the type of marketing. I don't know how many of you guys still remember Morlin. He's one of the few people that quit this game properly. He didn't make a big spectacle of it. He just did a video of his criticisms. And one of the things he commented about was predatory marketing. And this shit that we're talking about right here is exactly what he was referring to. Yeah, they fixed some things. I don't know how much we can directly associate to him quitting. Some of it might have been down the pipeline. I'm sure there was some influence. But when somebody says something like this is something that I find funny about Blue Squadron. Is, like, there have been times where he made a comment about something, and then, like, the next week or 2 weeks later, it ends up in the Global Lab or patch notes. And anybody who knows, like, with smaller things, maybe, but some of the bigger things, it's not a 2-week development time with PA. So, correlation doesn't equal causation. They might have realized after they shipped it out, oh, maybe we should have actually done it this way, and then they go back and adjust it. So it's kind of funny to me sometimes when people try to take credit for things that could very easily be parallel think. Yeah. Yeah, Morlin is one of the few people that, yeah, like, when he quit, he quit. And that's not what makes it respectable, but he didn't make like a big spectacle about it. He didn't go and blow up his whole account And then, or pretend like he was going to delete his account.
And then restored off stream, you know. He was just like, yeah, this game's not it for me anymore. He gave a ton of constructive criticism, and then, yeah, moved on. He didn't unnecessarily, you know... He didn't unnecessarily just start talking shit about the game, right?
Just said, these are the things that I wish they could do better. Peace.
Emotional damage.
The smoke detector one is annoying. That's exactly the purpose.
Zethiann! Let's go!
Yo, what's up, Volutaire? Thank you for the raid.
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
And that's kind of the difference there. I actually had no issue with what Fake Uni did, and there's a lot of misunderstanding about it too. But there's a difference between like the way Morlin quit and the way a lot of other people quit, where some people just did it very emotionally driven and tried to make a spectacle out of it, where Morlin was just, you know, very real about it. The thing is, the misconception about the whole Fake Uni situation is Fake Uni, he rouletted his whole gear wheel, and the things that succeeded, you know, they succeeded, and the things that failed, they either disappeared or got downgraded. And when he put in a ticket to later get it restored, it's not like they restored the gear to below the clicks. They only restored the shit he deleted. So anything he failed and disappeared, he got to keep the things he succeeded on. Anything that evaporated, like accessories that he failed, he never got that back. And his gear that downgraded, that he deleted, they restored it at the downgraded level. So it's not like he just generated a bunch of... Well, I mean, technically he was up silver because he ended up getting lucky with that roulette, and I think he ended up getting at least one pen debo as well as other things, which was pen disto. I don't believe the trash can existed when he did that. This was a long time ago. I don't think the built-in restoration thing existed at that time. Let's be fair too and try to think from a company's perspective. If one of your players tilt and do something in the game, you're going to want to try to, you want to try to keep the customer. If they just said, no, we're not going to restore it, well, then they permanently lose a customer. If they just restore it to the base, they understand it was an emotional decision, restore it to basically where he failed it down to. Don't give him the free attempts, right? It's not like they restored, it's not like he failed TET, it downgraded to try, and they gave him the TET back. No, they gave him the try back, right? If you want to keep your customer, you're going to want to err on the side of customer service. And they didn't give him anything free. He didn't end up ahead in regards to the ticket, right? He ended up ahead in regards to getting lucky with some of the clicks. Yeah, and Pearl Abyss does the same thing. I don't know what the time is, but if you go to the website and you delete your account, you can put in the ticket and get it restored. I think whether it was an accident or not is irrelevant when you try to think like a company. I don't remember it saying anywhere in the terms of services about it being an accident either, being exclusive to only accidents. I mean, you could argue that him being emotional that day and deciding to roulette all of his gear was an accident being emotional. I would have had a problem with it if they ended up restoring the gear that he blew up, but they didn't. They only restored the gear that he deleted at the level it was deleted at. Doesn't negatively affect anybody else. Doesn't negatively affect the company restoring that gear. It's just good customer service. Right? It's just Pearl Abyss trying to keep a customer happy. Which companies should do. They should be trying to keep their players happy, right? Especially in a game like BDO. I mean, it's not as easy to get as tilted as you used to, because back then, you know, gear downgraded, gear, like, everything blew up. Like, crons were a lot less used back then. He was doing BDO Iron Man Challenge a bit last year, and then he dropped it. He was doing that might have been 2 years ago now, not just 1 year, but it actually wasn't even just Iron Man. It was like an Iron Man hardcore type deal. And if I'm not mistaken, he dropped it because I don't know, maybe he died. And then he just didn't want to start over, right? Because it would have kind of undermined his whole little challenge thing of doing a BDO hardcore. And then, you know, he ended up taking, like, his guild. Blade Boaks, too. We almost had Blade Boaks back. But took the guild to guild boss Mudster and then got a whole bunch of people in his guild killed. And Blade Boaks quit after that, too. Lakari? I think Lakari could do fantastic. One of the biggest things that was rough for Lakari is he had such bad luck. He was the original Biseptimus. And he had so much money being funneled to him, because back then, like, guild payouts for owning a castle was huge. He was giving himself a T4 payout, and everybody else in the guild, aside from a couple of officers, were also getting T4s. And they were getting, like, a couple of billion silver, which doesn't sound like much now, but back when people were grinding, like, 50 or 100 million silver. But he had such bad luck that he was completely unable to progress, even with getting such a ton of free silver. But now, with how much pay to win there is in the game, if Lakari actually came back and stuck with it, I think he could crowd fund his progression super easily. But what is there for Lakari to even really do in the game? I think, you know, maybe AOS could be fun. I could see him liking that. He really likes fighting games. But in terms of open world, you know, his community's not going to want to sit there and watch him grind. And in regards to open world, I don't know. Lakari, I guess he was always good at finding, or open world was good at finding Lakari. Specifically Balance. Him and Balance and Vigor, Q's. There was a bunch of people that were always fighting with him. Lakari does a whole bunch of variety games. He's definitely a variety streamer now, and he does very well, right? He does lots of collabs with other guys and girls, right? I saw him doing a collaboration with, I think it was Emeru the other day. But yeah, Lakari plays a ton of shit. Fighting games, VR. He's an entertaining guy to watch. Who was the streamer that was like Rappo before Rappo? I have no idea who you're referring to. Excuse me, streamer, saying Emeru is not safe for work. What do you mean? Oh, saying it. Yeah. That was such a goofy situation with that one Sage admin. You know, when that situation happened at TwitchCon just recently with Emaru, where that guy came up and grabbed her by the head and tried to kiss her, it made me wonder if it was that old Sage admin, the one that the whole Sage Discord blew up over, and he deleted the Sage server because people were posting gifs of Emaru. Imagine it was that same fucking guy. Because that guy was so weird about her. He was so fucking weird. Who was the streamer who bent over, stretched out his ass cheeks, and flashed his chocolate starfish? Wasn't that Game Nadian? Or who was that? I think that was Game Nadian. Yeah, he legit stood up, stood on his chair, put his ass in front of the camera, pulled his pants down, and spread his cheeks. Fucking weird things some people do. I take it back, you're the second biggest Emaru fan. I think she's entertaining. I wouldn't call... I'm sure there's... Considering all the weird shit she has happen with her, I would not call myself her biggest fan. I'm not even in her top million. I don't know. How many fans does she have? A Sage Discord, I saw you a clip mentioning this picture. Yeah, it was an Emaru. I don't know what she was cosplaying, but she had like some colorful feathers and was it a League character? Okay. But she just kind of like walked up to the camera and did like this little thing, right? And her belly's showing. And there was this Sage who owned the second Sage Discord, that somebody posted that GIF in the Discord, and he lost his mind. He lost his mind. He said it was not safe for work, and that if we ever wanted the second Sage Discord to be taken seriously, that stuff shouldn't be posted in it. And everybody was like, what the hell? There's nothing wrong with this. Why are you being so weird about it? And it ended up blowing up so much that he started threatening to delete the second Sage Discord. And that's when all the people who put in all the work to that Discord said, what the fuck? So that night, that same night he made that threat, they made a third Sage Discord, which is the one that exists now, and they copied and pasted all the hard work into that so they didn't immediately lose it all. And then sure enough, the next morning, as if to prove everybody's point, he deleted that Sage Discord. But luckily everything was backed up at that point, so... Propaganda? Well, that's not propaganda. That's lore. Yeah. So, yeah, back to that whole TwitchCon Emaru situation that just happened recently. As soon as I heard about that, I was like, I wonder what the probability of that situation, that guy who went up and did that, what are the chances that that was that guy from that Sage Discord that was super weird about her? For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Emaru was doing a meet and greet at the recent TwitchCon, and some guy managed to just walk past security, walked directly up to her while she was talking to one of her fans, grabbed her by the back of her head and tried to kiss her. And there was a whole debacle about that. It looked like at first it was trying to be shoved under the rug. And it seemed like Twitch wasn't trying to take accountability about it. And then they realized it blew up too much that they couldn't. And there was too much video of it that they couldn't. And then, you know. At first that guy was just going to get a temporary suspension from Twitch for assaulting somebody. Sexually assaulting somebody. Fucking live at one of their events. He was going to get a 30-day suspension. Oh, man. They kicked out her bodyguard, too. That was actually one of the years before. One of the years before her bodyguard got banned from Twitch because, like I said, a lot of people get weird with Emeru. They can't keep their hands to themselves. Yeah, he did his job to protect her, and from what I understand, Twitch got upset, and because he put his hands on this other person in defense of Emeru. I don't know the exact specifics about that situation, too. I don't remember that one. I never ended up hearing about it. So, who knows if there's some gray area in terms of, like, the
stupid I was.
The interaction. But, yeah, the whole thing is just kind of a nonsense situation.
Do people like fake woman?
We speak English like Yoda now? What? What was your question? It was because the bodyguard got physical within the premise. Yeah, something like that. Is Emeru a fake woman? I don't know. I haven't checked what's under the hood personally myself, but she looks pretty real to me. What kind of comment is that? The hell you just say? There's a chance she's just a robot? True. Maybe she's one of the first. Oh my god, Dragor. I damn near fell out of my fucking chair when you sent me that picture. Fucking ChatGPT is so fucking savage. Holy shit. ChatGPT literally could not have given you a better response. What did Duke say when you sent that to him? Did you send it to him? I wish he was live streaming and you could see that reaction live on stream, because that is funny as hell. He was? Do you have like a clip of his reaction? Because that is funny. That is fucking funny. You'll see if you can find it? Okay. If you can't find it, then I'll explain the situation. For those of you who don't know, Dragor and Dukes, they've been, they're buddies, but they have like this online, this BDO rivalry with each other, right? And they're just constantly roasting each other. It's fun. It's like what buddies do with buddies, right? And then, that's all you need to know for now. If Dragor can't find the clip, I'll explain to you, but if you can find the clip, it'll be so much better. His VOD isn't up? Oh, okay. So, Dragor he took a screenshot of Duke's webcam on his stream, and then he went to ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT, hey, can you make this guy's forehead larger? And ChatGPT basically said, bet, and then returned the exact same image. The implication there, that his forehead is already large, and ChatGPT didn't need to make any modifications. Holy shit. So fucking funny, man. ChatGPT absolutely fucking roasted him. I was just fucking around on some Diablo 4. I hear my Discord go off and Dragor sends me that. Holy shit. I had to TP to town and just get the rest of that laugh out. It was so fucking funny to me. That'd be like fucking Cowboy going to Chat GPT and saying, make Zeth's nose bigger, and then it returns the same image. Oh, shit. Here, I'll turn sideways. Do what you did, Dragor. Go to Chat GPT. Get it to make my nose bigger. Let's see if it does the same shit. Cannot upload a file of that size. Shut up. That's fucked up. It actually made it a little bit bigger, though. Not much, though. Not much bigger. See what he typed in? Give this guy a massive nose. It's a little bit bigger. I know, there's a little bit of a downward curve. The bridge is a little bit bigger. Show the Dukes one? Let's see. This is what Dragor sent to me. It's like, give this guy a massive forehead. And the only thing is the image is a little bit bigger, right? But proportionally, everything looks identical. Fucking Chat GPT is fucking savage. You make a Wicked Sage look amazing? Yeah, it looks alright. Until I get caught with a little reset grab. My nose is itchy. Too much talking about it. By the way, you guys, on Saturday, because we were talking about the other guys, I had to watch that movie last night. We watched it with the kids. Look, I'm not trying to be that guy. But it's Google Gemini? Oh. Is Gemini the one that does images and Chat GPT is just for messages? I'm not a clanker expert. Nano Banana is the one? No? I have no idea. Dragor, I just remembered today. I was like, ooh, I should cancel my Suno premium. What the hell? I should cancel my Suno premium subscription because I haven't been using it. And I went to check, and it was like 2 days ago. It fucking charged me. So I was like, ah, god damn it. Spent $30 or something. Now I feel like I got to make another song this month. No one listened to your non-drama song? Now you're mad? I'm not mad. I figured that was the case. That's the main reason why I made the other one. I was like, do people actually like it, or do they just like the drama? And I knew in my heart that it was just about the drama. Made the Master Attorney song? I made that one too. But that song didn't get nearly as many views either, right? That one was a very, very quick one. I put in very little effort into that one. There's another one that would have got a lot of views, but it wasn't put out publicly because it was significantly more direct. And then there's the newest one that I actually put in a ton of work into. Compared to the other ones, like I easily quadrupled the amount of time I put into it. And yeah, people are about the drama. It hits different because then people are like, oh my god, did you see what this song is about? It's roasting so and so, and then that just gets people clicking, right? Where if you have a song that's just about, whatever, people are a lot less interested in it. Drama goes crazy. That is not a mystery to anybody. Maybe I should write a song about Blue Squadron. Pick up some old drama. Maybe you should write a song about me. Hey, Krushak, your writing is really weak. I am not worried about that at all. You have fucking verses that are like 8 words, I swear.
That's a lot of damage!
Do it, he would love it. Yeah, I know he would. Blue is certainly not adverse to some criticism. Whether you love him or hate him. I'm not a fucking musician, neither am I. Neither am I. That's why we use AI to make our music. With AI, you're Mozart. Well, that's the thing, right? Is people are super critical and scared of AI, but I think it's just like anything where it's like a tool. Yes, it's going to make your average loser seem like he's really good, but when you have somebody that's like a really good musician use that tool, they're going to be able to use it way better than you, right? Way better than you. So it's just going to add like a whole new tier system where like all of the mediocre people are obviously getting bumped up, but all the good people are getting bumped up and the exceptional people are getting bumped up too, right? Everybody's getting bumped up by it. AI Zeth coming in next month, new and improved. God, that'd be sick. If I just could like get like the last 10 years of VODs of me streaming, or 12 years. How long have I been streaming for? 12 years? And just like get some type of AI to just train off of like 12 years of me streaming 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. And then I legit just let that shit rip and stream 24/7. And I don't even have to be at the PC anymore. Oh my god, talk about a free money hack. I would get at least 2 Happy Meals a month. It would be insane. I think one of the biggest issues with AI is its eagerness to please. Makes it blatantly obvious. Wants his AI to talk down to him? No, it's just people make mistakes, right? I mean, AI makes mistakes too, but I don't know, it's just maybe irrationally and have opinions. Like, there's a collection of things that contribute to your mannerisms, right? And AI is just kind of like a, I don't know. Still has some ways to go for to pass the Turing test in that regard. I think also the weave, right? The weave in the conversation. How we could like have a conversation about something and then all of a sudden it reminds me of something else. And the conversation immediately shifts to that. And then it goes to another completely random topic, right? I feel like AI, it's going to be a lot more on topic. It's just like someone's going to type something in chat and it's going to do just a very generic, what it feels is the most popular answer to that. And then that's it, right? It lacks that personality. Or, like, if you try to put a personality in it, it's hard fixed to that too, right? To those emotions that you tell it to try to portray. I'm fucking hungry, chat. I just wanted to say, yeah, I don't know, instead of making shit up. Yeah, that's the problem, though, is it thinks it knows, right? Fucking people have a hard time with that. Never mind the AI. People fucking don't do that. People are completely incapable. I think it's probably part of the reason is everybody has access to the internet, like the wealth of human knowledge at their fingertips. So because of that, everybody feels like they need to have an answer to everything instead of just saying, I don't know, right? When you don't know something, just saying, I don't know. They have it at their fingertips and still die on the hill of being wrong. Yeah. Dunning-Kruger effect goes crazy. Is it charging? Need to like clean the charging port on my phone or some shit. I think it's also partially this cord. I think part of the problem is people like they become too attached to their opinions where it's like it becomes partially their identity. So an attack on their ideas starts to feel more of like an attack on them. And, you know, they, whether it's subconsciously or consciously, feel like they're actively defending themselves. And the reality of that is nonsense, Drakenhar. Is, like, if you're talking with somebody who they always feel like they are right, and, like, it becomes very boring and even cumbersome to have a conversation with them. Where if you're having a conversation with somebody and they're willing to just say, I don't know, and you can both admit when there's something you don't know, and you can share the things that you do know with each other, it's a lot more enjoyable of a conversation. Why's my phone doing that? Fuck you, phone. I know. Kanjar just drops that shit. I stopped the 3-hour session, went to turn off Vel, and it was already off. Yeah, we all been there. We've all been there. Could be worse. Could be like one time Steve went and did an hour of grinding, and then he found out that his pets weren't out an hour later. That was an old ass clip. Yeah. At least like with 1 hour grind with no drop buffs or without your Vel turned on, you're still making money. But grinding a full hour without your pets out, and then he goes, let's see how much trash I did, and he opens up and there's like nothing. And then he's like, oh. he looks at his fucking pets aren't even pulled up. I mean, that man just did 1 hour of charity grind. That was a long ass time ago. So that was back in old history, that clip. Oh, do I even want to know what this is? What is that? That is fucking cursed. Holy shit. Oh my god, you guys gotta see this. Share with us? I am. Don't worry. I'm just trying not to die while I do it. Wait, where did I just save that to? Oh, here we are. You guys ready? Oh, God. That fucking face. Look at that shit. I don't even know if I can open my eyes that big. Oh no. When someone lies? Oh no. I do not want to become the universal emote for lying. Because I actually try hard to make sure I never lie. I think lying is awful. You don't use the Mount AP buff? I don't remember to pop it. I pop it when I remember, and thanks for reminding me. Kappa? Kappa what? There have been plenty of times where I've been wrong, but I never, knowing the truth, tell a lie. I try extremely hard to make sure I never, ever, ever, ever do that. Because if you don't have, if your words have no value, then you have no value. You lie on my name, say I'm not good. I mean, the evidence is out there. What have you done, Dragor, to prove you are at least average or above average? Maybe you're average, but what have you done to prove that you are above average? There's nothing wrong with being average. I think I'm average. 5-incher? Depending on where you're at, that might be huge. Just move to the right country. By the way, Dragor, why haven't you challenged Dukes yet? I feel like Seraph is in a really good spot right now for 1v1. I feel like it's a pretty mean 1v1 class. Did 3 frogs your first hour? Hey, your first hour, only up from here. Now you got a goal. See if you can slowly get better and better until you're doing 4. You hadn't been playing? Oh, fair enough. I feel like in regards to that matchup, it's just going to be who grabs who first. And I feel like Seraph has the advantage in that, because that grab is fucking bonkers. Yeah. I mean, Lawn was something, and like Seraph brought it to the next level. I think one of the biggest changes she needs is that grab needs to be a 20-second cooldown if it's going to continue to be that strong. Or, and that dash should not be 50 stam. That dash stam cost needs to go up, 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 up. Pump that shit up to 100 or even 150. My farms are ready to be pruned. Yeah, right after this AFK phase, I need to hit them. Yeah. She has range and width. And it seems very forgiving, like very forgiving. Like the grabs the grabs I see them land is insane. The off cooldown side dash, yeah, maybe that specifically. Maybe the first dash can stay low, but the other ones definitely need to go up. I think that'd be a fair compromise. And yes, she has 5 protected CCs right off rip. Right off rip. WF, Shift F, WLMB, Shift LMB, and now with the new Rabomb, Shift Q for knockdown re-CC. But obviously that's a longer animation. You're probably only really using that in like a 1v1 or in certain situations where you can control, like, you know. Shift Q loses its KD with the Rabomb. Does it? Okay, then maybe not. Does it say that in the Rabom tooltip? Because I remember when I put that Rabom on, I just went and looked at the original tooltip, so that's probably why I missed it. That's good to know. But even still, 4 protected CCs right off rip is kind of crazy. Nothing beats the amount of protected CCs gauntlets have? No, that shit needs to be fixed too. Just because gauntlets have that doesn't mean we need more of it, right? That just means gauntlets need to be addressed too. Gauntlets are fucking insane. Between the 2 attempts on their fucking battle cry, they have their spiral, they have their fucking jump when they land. I can't remember the name of that. They have way too fucking much strikers, man. That shit pisses me off. It was funny too, because Divios and I were sitting there on stream one time. Not on stream, sorry, on Discord. And he was showing me some of his AOS gameplay that he recorded, and he was like, "Watch this. I'm gonna count the CCs I'm doing." And it's like, okay, and then he would name it like float, grab, stiff. I'm just saying CCs. I can't remember what CCs they have, but it's more about the frequency, right? Like there's big gaps in between. And then he loaded up Pig's stream. An AOS match Pig was in. And he's like, watch this. Float, knockdown, stun, grab, another grab. It's just like fucking rapid, just fucking CCs, fully protected coming out. Fucking Striker is just such nonsense with that shit. And it looks like Seraph is on its way to doing the same fucking shit too. Except, I mean, Seraph isn't as tanky as Striker, but man, that class is fucking mobile. That shit can dash. If they give her the ability to trade like other classes do, or if they give her some sustain, where she can heal quickly and get back in the fight, the biggest thing, probably her biggest problem is when she dives in, the health that she loses is hard to get back. So if you get her low enough, it's going to force her out of the fight for a while. But if they give her some sustain, she could become a real fucking problem.
Farming. Every time I move something, I completely forget. Everyone cries about gauntlets and no one talks about Awakened Guardian and Suck Nova. I mean, they have their own issues. I don't know about Awakened Guardian, but Suck Nova for sure. Awakened Guardian does not have... Suck Nova is annoying because...
It's literally sitting there holding S and Q, and it's randomly fucking CCing people. Guardian, on the other hand, you've yeed your last hot, you get out of here, you can't attack me. I'm low level. Yo, 2 Pudgy? What? You little pudgy bastards. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, look at me. No more moles detected. Wrong. There's one right there. Right there. I see him. Fuck, what was I saying? You completely ruined my train of thought. Where'd my seeds go? Don't you get more seeds from breeding? Didn't I get seeds? Or do they automatically go in the seed bag? Wait, where's my pouch? Am I blind, chat? F5? Well, no. I could have swore I saw that shit pop up. F5, that's what I'm hitting. Okay, fruit. Aren't you supposed to get seeds? Oh, that's right. I gotta harvest some. I'm breeding. This is breeding. What do you mean I planted the wrong thing? I planted the thing that these fucking losers told me to plant. Oh, you suck. God damn it. This is why I should never listen to chat. You guys fucking suck at this game. And because you guys suck, I suck too. This fucking blows. You got baited by doing the shaking thing? Apparently. Fucking, who was that? Who said that shit? I'm checking the VOD later. Now I know that person's going on the list. Going on the list with fucking, what's his name? Menzies. Of people just don't listen to. Now I gotta go fucking buy those seeds and start all the fuck over. God damn it. What are they called again? I didn't have any seeds to begin with. I'm not gonna waste my maids this time like I did last time. How many fucking do I need? Is there not a farming category? Let's do Hifyas. Or Hifas. Where's the cheapest one? Because these probably all grow at the same rate, right? Probably doesn't matter which one I do. Ghost mushrooms. Yeah, we'll just do these losers. These are nice and cheap. How many do I need? I need like 20 of these per crop, right? Yeah. No. That's only the yellow ones. These are the blue ones. If I'm not mistaken, it's 10 per farm, so I need 100 of them. Until I get my yellow ones. Which shouldn't take too long. Once I get these actually rolling. I don't wait by shaking? Isn't that what I did? That's what I did, and I got the wrong ones. Oh, that was mysterious seeds. If I want the magical seeds, I can do shaking, but if I add purified water, then it turns into the right ones, right? If you take a look at the bottom there, right? If I use purified water. Because that was my mistake. I accidentally did the mysterious ones. I didn't do the magical ones. There's your problem. So, you know what? I'm going to move that water up too. Otherwise, it's going to annoy the fuck out of me being way down there. Do that. We'll move this down. So now, show where the seeds. Now we shake it. Now we'll get the right ones. Oh my god, that looks good. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Where the fuck is shaking? There we go. Look what I just got delivered to me. Kiki, you're about to be pissed. Look at the ramen with some nice red peppers in there. Kiki's about to be pissed because he's like, there shouldn't be peppers and shit. Too much salt for the morning. It's not the morning, it's 1 p.m. Sound like a South Park character there? Maybe I should be a voice actor. What's his name? Send the audio clip to fucking what's his name, Trey Parker, or did I fuck that name up too? It's Dre Barker. No, it isn't. I'm not that
Ooh,
dumb.
Vaughn, let's go.
The fact that you had to make some shit up tells me that I got it right that time. Yeah, I actually got it right that time. I was just thinking to myself, where the fuck is my seaweed? There it is. Thank you, babe. Just got some nori delivered to me. Or nori. These things are awesome, by the way, you guys. I don't like how much plastic is all packaged up here, but look. You got a little package of nori. There's these little things, so like little seasoned things of seaweed. Fucking delicious snack, man. They're so good. You know what? This is really pissing me off. You guys are actually ruining food for me. Every time I make lunch, I'm like, oh, Dragor is gonna fucking show up or say some nonsense. Anytime I put peppers in something, oh, Kiki's gonna have a problem with this. You guys are actually just ruining food for me. Fucking hate you guys. I don't know what conversation was going on in Choice's stream, and then he was like, Zethiann loves to talk about his food. I do. I mean, that's, yeah. I mean, Choice clearly watches the stream then, because, yeah, I love food. I love food. Red peppers don't go in ramen? Yeah, they do. Red peppers are perfectly fine in there.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Honestly, red peppers are goated. They damn near go with everything. I fucking put red peppers on my ice cream. Choice was like, I don't think you guys care about what I eat. And then I told him, Zed is always talking about his food. I do. I do always talk about food. It's a problem. I know Choice's favorite fruit. And it's mangoes. I remember we had this conversation one time. He and I love mangoes, pineapple, basically any citrus fruit. And I think he was the same, but reverse. I think mine's like pineapple then mango, and his is like mango then pineapple. Or maybe it was the other way around. But yeah, we both like citrus fruits. Kiwi too. Oh, kiwi is so good. Mm. Some sort of embedded fruit. Shut up. Hey, you can't get mad at him until he does it. Maybe he just didn't think it through when he thought about it. We all make those mistakes.
am cheating. I am a hacker.
I'm getting hacked. I think we've all said something at one point where we didn't really think it through. And then after the fact, we're like, oh shit, yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that for X, Y, or Z reason that I didn't originally think about, right? So I think it's just one of those situations. Why don't you just do 5 and 5? 5 and 5 works perfect. That's what I've always done. But that's a rectangle? What's wrong with a rectangle? Yeah, but if that was a reference to Blue Squadron's latest video about choice, the comment on embedding his kick stream into his app, obviously, I think is warranted attention on that, but I think it was a bit of a stretch to say that choice viewbot in his early days streaming because his sorry, I gotta blow my nose. Just because his viewership jumped from like 6 to like a steady 100. I remember when Choice first started streaming, and if I'm not mistaken, he was. Maybe I am mistaken. Maybe I should take a look at the dates, but I remember Choice blowing up in terms of popularity when the Snake Boys started stream sniping him. So him jumping from, you know, just like a 5 to 10 viewer Andy to all of a sudden 100 makes sense to me because like fucking obviously all the Snake guys who are online at the time are going to want to watch Choice when you got like Cooler running them down. But then obviously that's going to attract other attention as well, right? So I think it was a bit of a leap to immediately be like, yeah, because his viewership jumped, therefore he, he must have viewbotted. I don't feel that way. Sometimes it just takes something small, like Joe Never Fails too. Like he was getting barely any views on BDO until Milkbag started hunting him all the time. That only accounts for specific streams, though. Big Sasha didn't stream a lot, so that wouldn't account for like the other 6 out of 7 days that Sasha wasn't streaming, right? When did Kratuga get released, Dayland? Anybody remember when Kratuga got added? Because if that's like February as well, or January of 2019, then that lines up perfectly. Because that's when Choice really started getting sniped by Cooler. October of 2019. Okay. So that's actually a bit later. Well, Spanx, like I said, he hasn't done it. So it might be one of those things where like sometimes you just say stuff and you didn't really think it through. Because when you listen to the conversation Choice is having at the time, you could tell it's like immediately off the cuff. And it was something that he literally just came up in the moment. And I think he just said it and didn't really think it through. And it's not like he's doing it yet. I think, like, even if Blue didn't make a video about it, I think he would have eventually been like, oh, wait, no, this is just like the same as like Fextra Life or Awake, who are doing, you know, embedding their stream into other websites. This is the same shit, right? And he would have been like, because like Choice was actively against that. I think it was just something that came off the cuff. He didn't put a lot of thought into it. And then, you know, now he's getting a little bit of backlash because of it. Do I think so? I think there's a very high likelihood, but you know, there's no way to know for sure. I think the likelihood her channel is getting botted is damn near guaranteed. Now, whether it's her specifically doing it to herself or someone else is where the difficulty lies, right? And you know, establishing intent in situations like these is, you know, the most important thing. The only catching that is official is when Twitch bans them, right? If Twitch deems that... fuck! Why do I keep accidentally drinking one of these purified waters and fucking up how many I need? If Twitch eventually, you know, decides to ban her for it, then at that point it's official. But right now, I mean, there's an enormous amount of evidence that all points to the same thing. But at the end of the day, right, establishing intent is the most important thing. If you just start banning streams because they have view bots in their streams, then all of a sudden you're going to create this system where people weaponize that and view bot other people to get them banned, right? And we really don't want that. That would be way worse. It doesn't matter, Canada. Stealing is stealing. Whether you steal something small or you steal something large, stealing is stealing. This argument that because it's not as impactful or meaningful means it should be ignored is completely obnoxious. Like I said, I think Choice was just speaking off the cuff. I don't think it was something he put a lot of thought into. It was clearly in the moment, in the conversation, it just randomly popped in his head. Stealing is still stealing. That doesn't justify it. Stealing is still stealing. What are you talking about? And not just that, right? Not just the revenue, but also the false discoverability provided by that, as well as reducing other people's discoverability because you're pushing down them on the platform. You're reducing other people's discoverability as well. There's a whole plethora of reasons as to why it's morally not a good thing to be doing. And sorry, just 1 second, I'm gonna let my dog back in. But trying to act like just because it's going to impact a larger company less, or it's a lesser thing that all of a sudden it should be treated as if it's okay, is completely obnoxious. Stealing is stealing. Whether you steal $1 or you steal $1,000. Now, there's certainly some nuance as to why people steal sometimes, right? That could provide a little bit more flexibility in regards to punishment. For example, right, if somebody goes into a place and it's the heart of winter and it's somebody who'd maybe living on the street and they go in and they just steal like a hat and mitts because they're trying to stay warm, that's obviously, you know, out of desperation. And I mean, at the end of the day, stealing is still stealing, but you know, your heart still wants to be a little bit more compassionate because of the situation they're in, right? Where if somebody goes and steals something from an electronics store, like a video game or something like that, that's not something out of necessity. And you could have a little bit more of a nuanced conversation about those two situations and, you know, the potential situation that has driven those two people to that situation. Viewbotting is stealing from advertisers. And I know a lot of people have like this hate for advertisers, but it affects their ROI. And because it affects their ROI, they are now forced, like, right? If an advertiser expects to get a certain amount of value out of $1 million of advertising they do, and they end up only getting half that value because a lot of those views were fake, then the next time they make an offer, they're going to offer half as much, right? They're going to say, oh, well, we only got half of the value out of 1 million viewers, so instead, we're going to only give half the amount of money for 1 million viewers. And that negatively affects anybody else on the platform that's doing it legitly now, right? So it is stealing from the advertisers. But people obviously have disdain for advertisers, so it feels a lot more justified in their heads. People view advertisers or corporations as if they're villains. But it also affects everybody else negatively in the space that are doing it legit as well. To be fair, they are. I mean, sure, maybe you can make an argument some are, but you got to remember all these businesses also have normal everyday Joes working at them too, down the chain, right? Down the chain of command. People using the view bots are untouchable because they can always use the excuse that it's someone else doing it to them. It is a problem, right? Like I was saying earlier, Prizkilla, is you have to establish intent. Otherwise, the system will be weaponized in the opposite direction. Instead of for personal gain, you'll use it for focused destruction, right? If Twitch just banned anybody who had view bots in their channel, then people would view bot their competition to get them banned, and then everybody would end up banned. Establishing intent is the most important thing, and yeah, there's always that plausible deniability unless they open up the view bot live on their stream and accidentally show that they're botting themselves. There is always that out of saying, oh, someone else must be doing it to me. That's why I really liked this system that Twitch was trying to do, and they did for a little while. The efficacy of it is obviously up for debate, but it apparently, the intent behind it was to just remove the fake views from the view count, which is honestly the best way to handle it, because then it allows advertisers to get an actual proper idea of how many real people they're advertising to. It doesn't enable an environment where viewbotting someone else can become weaponized. It also removes the benefit of botting yourself if Twitch ever were to implement a system that was effective at doing that. That is definitely the best way to handle it. But just like any type of cheating online, right, it'll be an arms race. You know, Twitch will be constantly trying to improve the means of detecting view bots. And then the view botting websites are constantly going to be trying to improve their methods of avoiding detection. Holy, that's a conversation. I clicked one of those images and all of a sudden that shit stretched to my whole monitor there. Is embedding TOS on Kick? It is, yeah. I actually talked to a Twitch support staff, and they said that it seems like they have the same means of dealing with embedding as Twitch does. It's a very manual process, and once they know who's doing it, they can make it so those views don't count. So, because this is a manual process, right, smaller creators that get embedded in smaller ways will slip through the cracks. It's mainly the big examples that are going to be caught. Embedding still affects Twitch view count. But once they know a big channel is being embedded in a big way, they can go and, you know, effectively blacklist the domain that the views are coming from. So now those ones specifically aren't being counted. But it's a manual process. From what I understand, it is not automatic. They basically have to get caught first. And, you know, as it gets done bigger and bigger, right? If you have a bunch of views coming from a website like Garmoth or really popular websites where these streams are, very noticeably have thousands of viewers and no chat interaction, and you can find where it's being embedded, then they can very easily make it so those views don't count. But it's a manual process, so smaller situations will slip through the cracks. So if it sounds like Kick does the same thing, right? If somebody gets caught embedding their stream in another platform and artificially increasing their view count, then they make it so the views don't count towards revenue. The one point that Blue does make in regards to that, though, that is interesting, is Kick does have a more personal interest in fighting like fake views, because in regards to like view botting on Twitch or embedding on Twitch, it's coming out of the advertisers' pockets, right? But in regards to Kick pays their broadcasters themselves. So when you I'm going to use a different word. When you try to exploit systems like that on Kick, you are directly taking money from Kick. So there is much more of a legal motivation for Kick to potentially, come at people who are doing that. I mean, all platforms have a huge view botting problem. Kick and Twitch and all of that, right? That's not just a Kick thing. Okay, but there's nuance to it. Yes, embedding is allowed depending on the intent of the embedding. For example, right? If you go to the, you know what? Let me open it up. Just 1 second. I got to go AFK for a minute, but I'm gonna show you an example of how embedding is used appropriately, and it might make it a little more clear. Just give me 1 minute, though. Okay, let me pull it up. So, for example, right, if you go to the Pearl Abyss website and you go to community, you can go to Black Desert TV, right? Chat, give me a minute. Okay, I'm going to mute the sound effects because this is an important point. So you can go to Black Desert TV, and technically every single thing on here, this is all embedded into this web page, right? But this is a web page that's designed for viewership, right? This allows you to go here and see who all these streamers are, and anybody who watches through this page is an actual viewer. This is the type of embedding that is actually appropriate, right? This is why embedding itself isn't against the terms of service. It depends how you do the embedding. So anybody who's watching through this account, right, through this page, they're watching it through an embedded stream, right? Actually, when you click it, it opens straight up to Twitch. If I'm not mistaken, it used to. I wonder if they got rid of it at the top here. There used to be a player here. I don't know why it's not playing. But, you know, that it's actually nice that when you click it, it goes directly to it. But there used to be a thing playing up here, but it looks like they got rid of it. Maybe for the same embedding issues? I don't know. But, like, this, you know. So, sorry, let me get back to what I was saying before I digress about something else. Now, if you are embedded on a website like Garmoth, for example, right? If you're embedded on a website like Garmoth, and how Garmoth originally did it is they had a player way down at the bottom that was playing their official stream. So everybody would agree that when people go to Garmoth, they're not there to watch a stream. They're there doing this and looking through. They're not scrolling down to the bottom and watching it, but they would still count as a view at the bottom. And that was defrauding Twitch of it, right? That's how Fextra Life used to do it. That's how Awake used to do it on BDO. This is the type of embedding that I'm describing right now that is against the terms of service of Twitch and Kick, because you're defrauding advertisers, or in the case of Kick directly, because people aren't there to watch that stream, but you're figuring out a way to get any traffic on that website to count as a viewer. So if Choice were to embed his stream into his app, so everybody using the app counts as a viewer, regardless of whether or not they're there to actually watch his stream. Now, if Choice wanted to embed his stream into his app, where like there was a tab that you'd have to click on to watch his stream, and then people clicked on that to watch his stream, then that would be perfectly fine, embedding in that way. But if he embedded it in a way where it was just everybody who's using the app, regardless of whether they're trying to watch him or not, they count as a viewer, that's the type of embedding that's against the terms of service. Hopefully that cleared it up. Yeah. I mean, linking is fine. Embedding is fine as long as the intent of where it's embedded is to watch the stream. But when it's put on a page that people obviously aren't there to watch the stream, but it's being used to increase views, then that's not okay. That's when Twitch and Kick are going to deploy these systems that they have to make sure that those don't count towards revenue and views. That's why when you go to either both Twitch and Kick and you look up embedding, it looks like it's okay, right? Because they actually have, like, Twitch, for example, has guidelines on if you embed your stream, you got to make sure that the player is this proportion, because they don't want people to hide the player. In the past, people would hide the player. It'd be like a 1 pixel by 2 pixel hidden somewhere in the interface where nobody could see it and it would count as a view, right? Where Twitch has rules that if you're going to embed, it has to be done in a very specific way. Otherwise, you're breaking their terms of service. Oh, no doubt to me, Choice is aware of this. Like I said, in that clip that was referenced, it sounded like he was just speaking off the cup. He was just kind of spitballing. He probably didn't really think about the implications too much. It was just like a free-flowing conversation that was going on. And I don't think Choice is a bad dude. I'm sure if he took a step back and thought about it a bit longer than he did there, he'd have been like, oh yeah, maybe I should do that. That's wrong for X, Y, or Z reason, right? The same reasons why he was against Awake View embedding in the BDO directory. Yeah, the kick clip thing. Him talking about how he's going to embed. He was considering embedding kick into his app, his kick stream. He was processing ideas. I know the way people used it to light up blue. Yeah, it was. Once again, it's not a good thing to do, right? And one thing that I think is obnoxious too is, you know, people just want to attack blue instead of attack his points. Like whether you like someone or not, attack the points. Don't attack the person. To be fair, he's very attackable. Yeah, he's definitely maybe a polarizing person, right? You either love him or you hate him. I don't know how much there is in between. Definitely the gap in between is smaller than some other people. The problem is that it hadn't happened yet. Like, is that not jumping the gun? I don't think you have to wait for someone to do something before calling out if they've showed an intent in doing something. But yeah, definitely not grounds for him to be like banned or anything, right? I don't think you guys should look at Choice more negatively because of it. It's certainly a situation where you should be like, oh, okay, well, maybe he didn't think it through. Now, if he starts doing it, especially now, right? Especially now that he's going to obviously have more time to think about it. If he still does it, then you could be like, oh, okay, come on, what's going on here? But, you know, he hasn't done it yet. And like I said, I feel like he was just kind of spitballing ideas. Didn't put a ton of thought into it. Looking down on ramen? Wait, does Choice not like ramen? That's definitely something worth looking down on him. He thinks it's overrated? Holy. Okay, yeah, that's... Now he's crossed the line. He said ramen is soup? Fuck. I mean, I guess technically he's probably right, but... It's elevated soup. The sink water I ever had, that's so gross. Anybody here in chat, like, I don't know about you guys, but like when I'm straining like my pasta water, for example, right? And if that, like, let's say I accidentally dump the pasta into the sink. I am not pulling it out and eating it still. If the noodles are all of a sudden in the sink because I fucked up somehow. That's in the garbage, I'm making new noodles. Do any of you keep your sink clean enough that you could be like, yeah, I'm totally eating anything that falls in it? Because I am never that confident with my sink. Five-second rule? The thing is, I understand, like, if you legit just cleaned it and you're the only person that's used it. But what if you had, like, a family member or something pick a booger out of their nose and they're like, oh, man, I gotta go wash this. And they wash to the sink. And, like, maybe you cleaned it an hour earlier, but there's now booger water in the sink from someone else that used it. There's always that chance, especially if you have kids. flavoring. You guys are animals. It takes 5 minutes to boil new noodles. See, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Noodles aren't expensive. They're super easy to make. There is no shot. Unless, like I said, maybe if I just like did a deep clean on the sink, where I scrub the shit out of it. I also hate my sink. I have a sink that isn't like the stainless steel sink. My sink is like this white, like almost like porcelain, but not. I don't know what it is, but it actually stains really easily. So I have to stay on top of it to keep that shit clean. It pisses me off. We ended up inheriting the sink with the house. I don't know what kind of material it's made out of. What if it's your last pack of noodles? Uber Eats. There you go. Shit. If it's my last package of noodles, I guess I'm eating the pasta sauce and the meatballs like it's fucking soup. I'll just eat that shit like that then, with no noodles. I guess I'm having spaghetti soup. Fuck, I'll cook rice. I'd rather have that shit with rice. I think my tub is like that too. There's grooves that stain from it being scratched or something over time. And I've been using like remover and shit in the back. And it's back within a couple of days. Huh. No, it's not porcelain. It's definitely not porcelain. It's something else. Don't eat out of your tub, people. That's good advice. By the way, Dukes, I saw the Gemini roast that Dragor did. That shit was fucked up, man. He sent me that, and I was playing D4. I had to TP to town, and I couldn't play until I stopped laughing. That was such an unintentionally good burn. It's actually so good that part of me thinks that maybe he faked it. Maybe he just took the same screenshot and faked the ask. Here's the reaction. Let's see. Oh god, you had the exact same reaction as me, man. The exact same. That shit is so funny. Yeah, that was my same reaction. Holy shit. I asked him to do the same thing with my nose, see if that shit did the same thing, but no, it managed to make my nose bigger. I just realized my camera's off. No. I don't even know what Dragor looks like. It's not fair either. Can you stop selling shit? I'm gonna start just fucking listing something that sells all the time. Just to keep fucking with you. Peter Griffin with long hair. Oh, how long we talking? Does he have a bob? Dragor strikes me as like the male version of a Karen. I bet he does have a mob, and he's always trying to talk to the managers. Yeah, Diddles. Oh man, we're all on your ass, Dragor. Yeah. No. I mean, you don't even have to send me a picture if you don't want to, Dragor. I get it. That nose gif? You talking about this one? Fucking Dragor. Shit is so stupid. Oh, I should have showed my wife when she brought me my lunch. Can we make that a redeem? I could easily do that. I could easily make it a redeem. Whichever one here is tasty. Oh, that's yeah. Oh, okay. That's Tasty Kate. How much would I grind if I didn't stream? I wouldn't even be playing BDO right now. Hanging out with you guys makes this really enjoyable and relaxing, just shooting the shit with you guys. I would probably be playing like Diablo 4 or Path of Exile 2 or something else right now. Maybe I'd be fucking around on Where Winds Meet. I'm looking forward to Crimson Desert. I'm really looking forward to Crimson Desert. Yeah, use that code, chat. Help me bury my despair of spending as much money as I did on a 5090. Fuck. Every time I bring up my thing here, I'm like, ooh, and then I remember how much I paid, and I realized it was more than the clock speed, and I was like, fuck, I paid more than $1 per clock. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Canadian dollars. If it's US dollars, then it's less per clock. And see what it's like not playing BDO? That's going to be Crimson Desert, baby. Chat! We're going to have max settings Crimson Desert. You guys ready? 2 months. 2 months and 7 days from now. Surely it won't be as optimized as Ashes. I got to actually play, Dragor, if you're listening, I actually got to play Crimson Desert, and it ran beautifully. Their new engine was fantastic. The game felt good. It looked amazing. They weren't using any frame generation. They weren't using any upscaling, and it was running beautifully. It looked fantastic. Crimson Desert is supposed to come out March 19th, assuming there's no delays. March 20th is your birthday? Ooh. Is there like an alarm every 2 hours? Shut up. We just happen to bring it up in conversation. And then people, you know, they have fair criticisms about optimization, right? BDO certainly does have some issues. I think people are a little overcritical with Black Desert, considering how old this engine is and how well it actually keeps up with newer engines. But of what I did get to experience with the Crimson Desert engine and Choice, Divios, and Huntler will all be able to verify this too, because they all got to mess around with it as well. It ran very, very, very nice. It ran very nice. At least when me and Huntler were playing it. I guess I can't speak for Choice and Divios. I don't know if they had hiccups while they were playing it, but it ran beautifully when Huntler and I got to play it. Yeah. That video that Kinjar just linked there, Will there, was the guy Huntler and I got to sit down with, and he showed us the game and showed us the ropes and made sure we stayed within the confines of what they wanted us to see. My biggest regret is there was one point where we're like standing on the shore and we're looking out over at the water and the scenery and stuff. And I don't know why I didn't think about it at the time, but Huntler was the one with the controller at the time. And I should have told Huntler, jump in the water. Because we all know how shitty water feels in Black Desert. I wish we jumped in the water to see if they actually got water feeling good in Crimson Desert. I should have told Huntler, jump, in the water, quick. Devs instantly take controller away, yeah. That's why I think I was sitting between Huntler and Will, so I could have ran like defense. I should have been like, Huntler, go for it quick! And then I quickly tackle Will and Huntler jumps in the water as Will's trying to get out from under me to get the controller from Huntler. Oh, shit. No, the game ran beautifully. The environment, everything felt fantastic. The settings were cranked the fuck up. It wasn't even like, it was good hardware, good PC hardware, but it wasn't like my PC hardware. And it was running beautifully. It was running so well. There was no stuttering. There was nothing really weird. I think the reflections sometimes off some things felt a little over aggressive, but I don't think that's that big of an issue. It ran and looked beautiful. And now with the latest claim that just came out recently in that video that Kinjara linked, that apparently the world is supposed to be bigger than Red Dead Redemption or Morrowind, that's a pretty bold claim. That's a big world. Now, I guess begs the question, is the world going to feel empty? Are you going to be running around a bunch of empty space? All of the videos we see, though, the world does look full. So, but that'll be something we'll have to kind of wait and see, right? Having a big world isn't necessarily immediately a good thing. If it doesn't feel good to navigate it. Can I wield an extending staff to impale people with it, though? So, from what I understand, right, it feels like there's only going to be the one character. I don't know this for certain. There are some trailers that we've seen that it almost looks like it's a completely different character, but I guess we don't know if that's the main character or maybe just a, you know, a little cinematic that's including another character within the game. But what I do know is, like, it appears like you're going to be able to collect different weapons and stuff around the world that'll change your playstyle depending on what you have equipped. Which I think is kind of normal for that type of genre, right? That genre of game. You get to kind of pick the way your gameplay feels based on the weapons you choose to use. So even though it looks like it's just warrior in a lot of the trailers, you know, you might be able to have like maybe a Musa style. There was even at one point where one of the trailers, it looked like the character was an Awakened Zerg. So it might be like that, right? Where you get to actually, you know, kind of pick your playstyle once you find the weapon that you prefer. Also, you know, they've showed in some of the trailers that, like, the bosses, there was that one boss where, like, the bunch of, like, ghosts guys kind of appear, or clones. And it seems like once you get that weapon, now you control that. So, looks like it's going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to take my time through it. I'm going to listen to the story. So if you guys are looking for someone to enjoy the game with, you know where to find me. Nice thing is I have a lot of wealth saved up in BDO, so if I take like a 2-month break to mess around with Crimson Desert, I'm not exactly going to fall behind. Could you imagine, all of a sudden, as soon as Crimson Desert comes out, they finally release non-time gated content just to spite me? Oh, I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed. Maybe that's why Pearl Abyss is adding a bunch of time-gated content. Because they want, when Crimson Desert comes out, people not to feel like they're going to fall behind in BDO. They can log in, do their weeklies on BDO, and then swap right back to Crimson Desert. Ugh. That's stinky. It is stinky. If that were true, that would be super stinky. Will we have guilds in Crimson Desert? Crimson Desert isn't a, like an MMO, right? It's like Morrowind and Red Dead Redemption. It's a single-player game. They did, at one point, state that there was going to be like some multiplayer elements to it, so you might be able to join someone else's campaign. Maybe. I don't think we've seen anything like that, though. I think there was just one where they kind of suggested it. But I don't think they've actually shown that off at all, so take that with a grain of salt. Maybe a co-op, like co-op in Elden Ring, maybe. A nice beard, Dragor. I got a little bit of beard envy going on here now. God damn it. I got something I want to try to do for Crimson Desert release, but... So, storyline BDO in solo player with no R skip. Well, there might be skipping. We don't know whether that's going to be a thing or not. I don't think it's meant to be a precursor to BDO. I think it's like it's going to share the same universe, and we're going to see some characters repeated in both franchises, obviously, or both products. But I don't think that the stories are going to directly relate to each other. I think there's just going to be similarities where if you're a BDO enjoyer, you're going to now see, you know, a Lustin, like, at one point shows up and you're like, damn, I know that guy, or Shikatu, right? But I don't know if necessarily, like, it... I don't think it's intended to be like Black Desert. I don't think Crimson Desert is supposed to be like early Black Desert, like early story for the characters. I think it's just like they're reusing, you know, the universe. Potentially in some interesting and fun ways. We'll see. You know. Perlebis certainly, they have good story, they're just not good storytellers. So hopefully the storytelling is taken up a notch. And I think because it's a single player game, people will take their time to sit there and listen and stuff to it. It's not like an MMO where people are always trying to rush to make sure they're ahead of other people. There's no point really rushing through a single player game. You're not getting ahead of other people, right? I guess the real question is, if there's different difficulties, do I stream myself getting my ass kicked on the hardest difficulty off rip? And then we spend like the first day fighting the first boss? Like a real man would do? You had to say it like that, huh? Now, if I don't do it, I'm not gonna feel like a real man, you son of a bitch. Oh, that's right, I turned off the redeems. Here, I'll turn them back on. I turned them off while I was explaining the other thing, because I didn't want interruptions. Yeah, if somebody can refund that 5K, that's quite a bit of points. Alright, let's see if I can do it. Let's see, manage rewards. Oh wait, no, I clicked the wrong button. Review requests, there we go.
Have you ever had a dream that you can know?
I hate the fact that you guys redeemed so much, because it makes it hard to find shit, the new shit. Okay, 3 hours ago, 1 minute ago. Here we go. Mute mic, reject. Boom. You just got your points back. Refund your 5K? Oh shit, I accidentally just completed them all. Oh, I didn't accidentally. I just completed them all. I probably should have did that with yours too, shouldn't have I? The thing is about you, Riot, I don't feel so bad because all you do is fucking torture me all day. It does need to be sorted by newest. Yeah, the fact that it starts with the oldest is annoying because that means that I gotta stay on top of checking it. And anytime I go into that page, it's to refund the newest, not the oldest. So the fact that it's in that order pisses me off. Romeo D. Where you been, fella? The Romeo D. Love. Ooh, we're at 26% now, chat. Should pop another drop. Have any smaller ones? These are all 50s at the bottom, aren't they? I think I'll start popping these 50s next. But I'll wait until I'm done with this 10. Well, I guess I could pop the 50s and just dial back my... no, I'll wait. Sorry guys, I'm just thinking out loud here. Hey, Kanjara. Do we happen to know what time Crimson Desert is going to release? When, like, Steam, when something's released at, like, let's say the 19th of March on Steam, does that typically mean, like, midnight that night? Or can it be any random time throughout the day? Depends on the game? Shit. Is it worth the pre-order? I already pre-ordered my copy. I was hoping Pearl Abyss would hook up their partners with the copy, but I didn't want to assume, so I pre-ordered. Hopefully if they do that, it'll be within a reasonable amount of time, and then I could just cancel my pre-order. Am I going to stream it? I am absolutely going to stream myself playing Crimson Desert, for sure. 1000%. I'm very excited about Crimson Desert. I think it'll be a nice little break between March and June when we're waiting for the Heidel Ball. I'll log in, do my weeklies, log in every 5 days to do my riffs. And then play some Crimson Desert. Oh, fuck. Whew. Thank you. Thank you, my capacity. Thank you, Mitty. Holy shit. The mountain stuff you're going to get in the game on BDO for pre-ordering it is pretty cool too. That mount looked really cool. Or that mount skin. I can't remember if it was a mount or a mount skin. My rare drops at? We haven't really got many debos today. Chat. I really hope we see like Star's End on Global Lab this week. I need some new scenery. I need some new fucking scenery. I mean, I guess we might be able to fuck around, get a little stream party going and try out like Mirmok and Gyfin next week. How many of you guys plan on going to those spots? Yeah, I suspect that's true too, right? Star's End is supposed to be January though, and Sakraya February. Imagine GVG starting up again. Yeah, I guess it depends how many grind spots there are. For Mirmok, there's probably going to be a ton of spots. But who knows about Gyfin? I don't know how many spots they're going to have. I need more coffee. Oh, we don't know. I mean, based off of the loot table so far, it's definitely going to be really good money right at first. Because Dekia fragments are going to drop there. I think BMCs drop there, which are max price. You also have the cups as well. No shot. You just brought me a coffee. Did I not just say? It's like she read my mind. She brought me a fresh cup of coffee. Look at that. Oh, pants are climbing up my ass. Yo, what's up, Mitchie? Well, there's a Debo. Should be a duo. It's a shame, though. I wanted to be at 2 trillion for the Alchemy Stone edition, and I thought I could have got there, but because they're doing it a week earlier, not quite. Poutine earlier? Ooh, nice. Maybe all you Canadians aren't so bad after all. I don't even know if you had good poutine. There's good poutine and there's bad poutine and everything in between. How much silver do I have saved? I only have 1.8 trillion, like, or 1.9 liquid. But in terms of other stuff, I have, like, I gotta be getting close to... maybe like 8 or 9. In terms of other stuff, like crons and stacks and shit like that. Enhancing materials. I forgot when I swap back to this scene, it would play that again. I need to make sure that's invisible. It caught me off guard. I was like, wait, which scene did I just swap to? So dumb. It's so dumb. Another day, another huge gain, yeah. I figured who better to take advice from than the money maneuvers guy. When you said that I should just keep huge gains on my title, I said, fuck. Now that's some real advice from a real one. So I've been letting that shit rip and it's been pissing people off. Waking up is a huge gain, yeah. Right? I don't say that the gains are in game. I wake up, fucking gained 5 pounds. Shit. That's a gain. Are you a savior main strat? Are you out here dropping Seraph love on everybody? When you get 300 build, you won't notice the difference. I wish I could loan shark. That'd be awesome. If I could find someone to power level me. What are you, fucking stupid? You can come out and leech off me anytime, Strat. You know that. Level 1? Oh, I don't care. I mean, as long as you don't forget and sit at level 49 for who knows how long, it won't take long. Isn't this a money spot? It's also an XP spot. It's pretty good XP. You're the homie, Strat. I wouldn't mind giving up like 30 minutes of trash just to get you leveled up. Right, as soon as you hit level, what? 57? That's true. You might have a stopwatch laying around. What are they called again? Pocket watch, I think, right? Pocket? Yeah. Patrigio's pocket watch. You can use one of these and it instantly gets a character to level 61. That's what I did with my Seraph. Surely. Yeah, the thing is, Strat might have used it. You don't remember using anything like that? So you might have one or two laying around then. Because I'm the same way. I personally think your XP should be family based. How it should work is if you make a seasonal character, that character starts from level 1. But as soon as you graduate, that XP that you earn on your season character gets added to your total XP, and then your character gets converted to your family level. I understand having the level up process for season characters, but yeah, for non-season, it should be just shared XP. Same with the fitness stats too. Like fitness stats should be family based. It's annoying that they're not. Like, look how much of a degen I've been playing this game for as long I've been playing this game. Like, and I'm not even capped on fitness stats. I'm almost level 49 breath. Almost. We're still probably like a month or two away from 49 breath. Been a long time, Strat, but I think the last time we talked on Discord, I think you were doing some home renos or planning some home renos. How'd that work out? Or am I thinking of something else? Look at this. Always another excuse. First it's, oh, my Seraph's not leveled, I need a power level. And then I'm like, I'll power level you. Now all of a sudden, now he has to install. If somebody was offered to go over to his house and manually install it for him, he'd probably say, oh, I don't have a computer. This man just doesn't want to play with us anymore. Shit, PC just died. Oh, fuck. For a jerk and twerk. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Offer to bring a PC there and he'd be like, I think I just got evicted. There's a hurricane coming. Gotta evacuate. Anything to not play BDO. There we go. Now the drops are starting back up. Oh my god. My wife's sister made her son a cheesecake for his birthday. And she brought over half a cheesecake to us to have. Holy fuck. It was the best cheesecake I have ever had. She makes such a mean cheesecake. The little like graham cracker crust was perfect. And the best thing about it is the cheesecake part wasn't too rich. Like most of the time, I find cheesecake way too rich. And don't get me wrong, it's still rich. But it was like way less than you would expect from a cheesecake. It was fucking perfect. And then it was a cherry cheesecake, so the cherries added like a nice tartness to it. It wasn't too sweet. It balanced out so perfectly. Your stream is hands down the best music. I appreciate it. I think it's just a generational thing. I think there's a lot of people who play BDO where either this music is nostalgic because, like, a lot of the classic rock I play is nostalgic because either they listen to it, or maybe it's nostalgic because they remember their parents listening to it, right? But yeah, the classic rock hits. And then we got some metal in there, some newer shit. He means grandparents. Some of you, probably that too. Yeah, video is kind of an old game. This came out last week. Oh, were you talking? Were you talking about what was just on? Yeah, BDO it's seeing its age. It's a 15-year-old engine already, and yeah, it's about to be a 15-year-old game on top. The fact that it still stands with a lot of the top MMOs, or newer, not top MMOs, but newer MMOs. Like, they did a good job. I'm really excited to see what their new engine is capable of. Not that I think it'll ever happen. I think it's extremely, 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 extremely unlikely, and that's still an overstatement. If they did ever port Black Desert over to the Crimson Desert engine, the Black Space engine, that's what it's called, holy, I'd become the biggest Pearl Abyss simp. New? Yeah, they're making a new engine, or have made a new engine. That's one thing that Pearl Abyss does well, and, like, making an MMO already is a super risky and expensive endeavor, right? MMOs are not easy, they're hard. But on top of the risk of making a new MMO, they also put in the time to develop their own engine. They're not like so many of these other game developers that just constantly keep trying to use the Unreal Engine. You know how your loot scroll will say it has like 10 seconds left, and then you load up another one, you try to load up another one quickly before it ends, and then as soon as you load it up, it just resets to 0 and it's off, and you loaded the 1 minute loot scroll, or 1 hour. I wonder if that same time desync there is is also because of the time desync, or is related to the same time desync that'll happen in like AOS matches and the masterclass matches. I wonder if whatever is causing that issue is causing that issue for all of those things. See you in the next game? Not yet. We need the next game to come out first. Ooh, another Debo. All I had to do is complain. Now the dubs are dropping. Yeah. Play along and redeem the card. I love those Kid Boga videos. They crack me up. Depends on who you're fighting. I've never had a situation where I felt like running more than 2 of the Han accuracy crystals. Most of the time I'm running either none of them or maybe 1. Sometimes I'll run 1 Elcar. You'll put the Hans in before you put Elcars in. But it depends on what else you're running too. Ultimately though, the 2 Elcars is very similar to 1 Han. It's a very minimal difference. If you have Jins, then the 2 Elcars is better. If you have a Han, then the Han is better. Most of the time, people don't understand how evasion works now, and they think because they see misses pop up on their screen that they're losing a ton of their damage. They don't realize that your abilities are still hitting a ton of times, and even if somebody has a 10% chance to dodge, that doesn't mean that they're dodging 10% of the damage. Because the way the dodge works now is it does seem like it's proportional to the dodge chance, the damage reduction. So even when you see a miss pop up, damage is still being applied. And you'll see a lot of misses pop up if somebody even has a 10% chance to dodge, right? And then in the process of trying to get rid of those misses, they end up hurting their AP so much and not realizing they're actually fighting a DR target that has maybe a little bit of evasion naturally through, like, if they're running Hooms and stuff like that, and Bitters and Aete, and they're a higher evasion class, but they don't realize that that person still is in fact built full DR. And then in the process, like I was saying, in the process of trying to get rid of those misses, they end up making the DR more effective by hurting their AP. But like if you want like something that's nice and comfortable, running like 1 Han and 1 or 2 Elcars should be more than enough. Against the full DR people, you'll feel a bit of a hit in your damage, but you'll at least still do decent damage to the evasion people. It's a nice balanced setup. Well, I still use my bronze dagger, yeah. Huge. Yeah. I think that'll feel good in the vast majority of situations.
Zethiann! Let's go!
Yo, what is up, Aunt Janice? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for the raid, brother. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're just hitting our laps. Thought that was a wiener for a second. In my peripheral vision, I was like, what is that waving? Of course it's a hand. Why wouldn't it be? Ors or Orbita? I personally would do Orbita. Actually, yeah, I would do Orbita because Ors is terrible XV. But in terms of money, I think they're both similar. One of the nice things about Ors is, like, in the middle of your grind, if you want to take a quick break, you can. Where all these Orbita spots, you're kind of grinding on a cycle, right? And you don't really want to take a break in the middle of the cycle because it resets it, which is super annoying. That's what makes me kind of excited that Star's End and Sakraya aren't going to be... Apparently they're not supposed to be Dekia spots. I think they're supposed to be Elvia spots. So that'll be kind of nice. Yeah, when those golems land on your head, ask a bunch of fishers, they know. Oh, shit. What's up, phones? Thank you for the follow. On console, though, yeah. One of my main criticisms for console players was you guys just being so far behind in content, but I think you guys are basically caught up now, which is super nice. I can't wait for them to, well, I shouldn't say I can't wait for them. I hope that they end up doing crossplay and then console and PC players get to play together. I think that would benefit both communities. This Excel Nova bug. I know nothing about that. That sounds scary. I hate it when classes have bugs because it usually means they're busted. F no? Why not? I mean, gearing-wise, there's a lot of people like on console that, you know, they're a little bit behind on their Donnie armors, but it's not like massive behind. In terms of everything else, gear-wise, they're caught up. One Piece Season 2 trailer is out. Oh, the live action one? Sick. I really enjoyed that. We still waiting on the snowboarding event? Ah, yeah, we got that. That's really new, though. I wouldn't be surprised if you get that reasonably soon. So, the keyboard and mouse advantage doesn't exist anymore. Ever since they removed click to move, you have plenty of console players that are playing on PC that do exceptionally well with a controller still on PC. That was a fair argument back in the day, but not anymore. Not with click to move gone. And as for FPS equals DPS, that is only partially true, but when you state it that way, it's primarily false. So what higher FPS does is it doesn't speed up your abilities, but because of the way PC gaming in general works, not just on video but in all games, every time you do an input, when you press a button on your keyboard, it waits for the next frame to be drawn before it inputs that, right? So when you have a higher frame rate, that means you have more windows every second for an input. And how that relates to damage in BDO is there's a lot of classes with cancels, right? And you want to cancel that ability. Like if you have an animation where the damage comes out in the middle and you can cancel the last half. Warrior was one of the best examples of this. Over the course of a full combo, if you're able to end an ability 10 milliseconds a little bit earlier, still get your damage out, but get a little 10 milliseconds earlier, that's going to speed up your combo a little bit, right? And that ends up accumulating over the course of a combo if you have multiple cancels you could be doing and you're able to get it a lot closer canceled to the time where the damage comes out to when you cancel it. For one, most players aren't that good anyways, where that is a massive difference, where they're getting a ton of extra damage out. A lot of people, they're average, and it's not going to be having a big impact on them. Two, most classes these days don't have a ton of cancels anyways. Like, they have abilities that will speed up into other abilities, but if you're holding the input, it seamlessly goes from one ability to the other. There's so many classes now that are very flowy, and old classes that have been made flowy. So this damage equals DPS thing is a bit misleading and not entirely true, and only applies briefly, like minimally, to some classes. And that's only to the most exceptional players. Yeah, there's a whole video on how your inputs are related to your FPS. I recommend you Google it. There is a really good video done with Linus and Shroud in regards to true FPS, monitor refresh rate, and how it impacts your gameplay. And if you watch that video, it'll give you a much more clear understanding of how FPS relates to your gameplay experience. Is that the video right there? Yeah. So this relates to BDO as well, that video right there. Once you understand how inputs and your frame rate are correlated to each other, it'll help you understand why sometimes having a higher frame rate can improve your combos in BDO. But it's not like a lot of people, there's a lot of people who misunderstand this whole thing and they think it's like just a BDO thing. It's not just a BDO thing, it's just the way PCs work in general. But because BDO has a higher action combat gameplay with lots of cancels, it's affected by that more than other games. At the end of the day, though, that minimal benefit you get from FPS, and it is minimal, unless you're playing with like 10 or 20 FPS, obviously that's a big deal. But if you're playing with 60 FPS and above, the benefits of it begin to diminish quite rapidly, because it's all about proportionality. And once you're above a reasonable FPS, the differences are primarily going to be realized from the exceptional players, the ones that are really, really insane. Your average gamer is just not good enough, does not have the reflexes to truly be taking advantage of every single frame, additional frame they're getting in terms of input opportunities. All the average gamers have quit BDO, yeah. True. True. That's right, chat. You heard it here. We're all exceptional gamers. I like it. I like it. God damn. I fucking hate that so much because I want to prove him wrong, or I don't know if I can actually prove him wrong. But I wanna contest that point. But at the same time, I don't. I want to just admit defeat. Most of console is at Coastal Cliff. I mean, most of PC's at Coastal Cliff. Depending on what channel and stuff you go to, yeah. It turns out most people in Black Desert, whether it's console or PC, are at their fishing holes. That's just the way the game is designed. That's not anything that's exclusive to console or PC. Almost everybody these days leaves their PC on when they're not actively playing to continue generating revenue, generating silver. That's not something exclusive to either of the two. Unless there's something I know about console that PC doesn't have. Right? Is there something that console has that PC doesn't in regards to AFK fishing? Because as far as I'm aware, no. Hey, Loopy, thank you for the follow. Weekly fishing contests. Is there fishing contests? Maybe I should become a professional fisher. Sounds kind of sick. Yeah. There's obviously some minor benefits to being on PC over console, but it's not nearly big enough to be a reasonable enough excuse to not do crossplay. The benefits of crossplay vastly outbenefit the minimal differences between the two. Is Prion worth getting for? I think maybe some basic Prion. Like, I just fished with Tri-Prion. The opportunity cost, not the opportunity cost, sorry. The amount of additional money you'll make from higher mastery is super small. So the amount of time, if you go really, really heavy into the fishing investment, the amount of additional silver you earn from like just one additional accessory is going to take a long time to recoup. Yeah, it's kind of what Phones there said. If you have the extra silver laying around and you just kind of want it to be a bit higher and you don't care, right? Then for sure. But if you're primarily grinding and you could better off spend that money to improve your grind speed, you're better off doing that first. If all you do is life skill and AFK fish, though, then there's, you know, no reason not to. Because you're going to, you know, if you're primary life skilling, that's your primary source of revenue anyways. Ads finally over? Oh, they never stop. Those damn ads. Man, I love this monitor. It's so fucking smooth. Even when I look at my 144 hertz monitor, it just does not compare to my 320. And then, oh, I guess I don't have a 60 hertz monitor anymore. Is there something wrong with the console central market? Oh, yeah, that PC too, man. Sometimes you feel like people are allergic to money. Doesn't seem possible. I think it is with harmonies, but man, there's so many steps to harmonies. I don't know how good it is once you start factoring in the opportunity cost. Shit, did I not finish that? I didn't finish that Shadow Knight before it moved. Oh, man. They'll be ready mid-September. It's fucking January. Oh, that better be a lot of silver when you're done. Yeah, honestly, NA is like that too. EU seems to be the region that has the most life skillers. Damn, that's so many. I'd be worried about doing a batch that long, because, like, what happens when, what happens if all of a sudden they release a new consumable? And then harmonies go to min price and you lose your shirt. Story of my BDO life. Tragic. Life scaling on console is a huge W for those who put in the time in and have gear. Console players are lazy as fuck and would rather buy. God, maybe I am a console player at heart, because that's how I am. I hate having to go out and make stuff. If I could just pay a premium to a life scaler and buy it, that's totally fucking me. Since when have I been playing? Oh, practically the beginning. I've been playing, you know, coming up on 11 years now, or no, 10 years, I guess, right? Because this is going to be the 10-year anniversary for NA in March. Do you? That's been me with my armors. That's been me with my armors. I just tried a 35-second microwaved mayo omelet? Do you mean omelet? Like mayo with eggs? I feel like you meant to say omelet. Yeah. Yeah, the microwave is a, there's some things you should obviously never microwave, but there are some things you can do really well and really fast in a microwave with no compromise, right? There's not a compromise to flavor. Like, you can make a really quick and easy poached egg in a mug. Just put some hot water in a mug, and you can poach an egg real quickly in the microwave. There's a lot of nice little tricks you can do. Obviously, don't microwave everything, but... A casserole in a microwave once. Okay. My biggest concern with the casserole would be, like, because there's standing waves in the microwave, that's why your dish in your microwave rotates, right? So it'll rotate through the standing waves in an attempt to make sure everything heats evenly. But even still, you will have some situations where some parts aren't quite as hot as others. So if you're cooking, like, if you were to make a casserole and there's meat in there and you're cooking it from raw, I think you could run the risk of maybe some parts of it not being properly cooked. But if you pre-cooked your protein first, then it wouldn't be an issue. Yeah. Yeah, definitely if you do it slower. Well, it would give time for the heat to spread, right? Yeah. Some things are really nice when you do like a microwave, like air fryer combo. Like if you're ever making like a pizza pocket or something, right? I recommend using both your microwave and your air fryer. Because if you put it in the air fryer, it's going to take a long time for the middle to get hot. And if you cook it in the microwave, sometimes the inside will be like fucking magma, right? So I find that if I do it, start it in the microwave, and then after it's done in the microwave, do it less time. Finish it in the air fryer, you get that nice crispy outside on it, but a nice warm inside. It's been 2 years for me, got my AP to 364, but I don't know why I have a feeling this game's going to die. All games are going to die eventually. If you're having fun now, then play for now and have fun now. At the end of the day, none of these pixels in any of these MMOs matter. The only thing that matters is the relationships you build along the way. So don't be worried about the game dying if you're having fun and you're playing with people you enjoy playing with. At the end of the day, none of these pixels matter. Too much work? Going from the microwave to the air fryer? God damn. You are a console player. Why is your ad nighttime underwear for girls, bedwetting adult ladies undies? What? No shot. Shut up. I think you, I want to ask you what you're Googling for yourself to be getting fed those ads. We'll just go to PlanetSide 3 and start up the Z-Pod again. Oh, the PlanetSide days were so fun. I do reminisce about those days sometimes. Running around the biolabs and the tech plants and, you know, driving around like a Vanguard or, oh man, popping out that Sunder with the whole army in the back, driving straight into a landmine and getting us all killed. Oh shit, the good old days. Oh man. All I get is fucking Kalashi? I don't even know what Kalashi is. What's Kalashi? Sounds like a food. Is that a food? Kalashi. Oh, prediction market. Oh, that's the ads you're getting. Oh, that sucks. Oh, now I Googled it. Oh, fuck. Now I'm gonna start getting those ads. God damn it, they got me. I shouldn't have looked it up. GG. Now it's part of my algorithm. Yeah. Mobile games are so bad for that, too. Like, it's not bad when they, like, offer you very, like, casually, hey, if you want a little bit of a boost, watch an ad. But some games, man, like, they'll position that shit so you accidentally press it. Or, like, it becomes a key part of your progression that you have to be fucking watching them. I quit games like that so fast. They annoy the hell out of me. Video 2 win? Who knows? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow they'll announce a BDO 2. That is a good point. I should invest in my Star's End too. Oh, my loot scrolls up. Ooh, I'll be back in a minute. Kinjar, are you there? You know that little charger for the mouse that I ordered? You have the same one, right? It's the one you got also a USB. The USB, what's the white one? Is that 2.0? It's like USB 2.0, but it's USB-C into the charger. And then it has two USB 3.0. It's almost like a hub as well. Makes me wonder how the hell is it supposed to, like, are those two USB 3.0s supposed to operate at 3.0 if it's a USB 2.0 from the PC? I've been half tempted to get like you have a wireless receiver in one of those slots with zero issues. I've been half tempted to get a USB-C to USB-C cord, just a USB-C cord. I guess I don't need to put both. and try plugging that into the thing. I mean, not that I've been having any issues with it. My primary issue actually is if I unplug the USB-C from the charger and plug it into my phone to charge my phone, it doesn't seem to charge my phone very well. I was just checking BDO Steam numbers, and it's doing way better than I thought. Yeah, BDO, it's not a game that's dying. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a game that's thriving either. Kind of just is, right? It has its ups and its downs, but it typically stays roughly the same. I think one thing that's a little misleading is some people will like compare BDO to some other MMOs out there, and they will look at the BDO Steam charts and not realize that's just like the NA and EU player base, and then they'll compare it to an MMO that announces their global population and be like, see, BDO is so much smaller. But if Pearl Abyss ever showed the global population for BDO, like if we got the South America, North America, Sea, MENA, Europe, Russia, China, Japan, all of the regions combined, I might have missed one. I think people would see that the global population of BDO is a lot higher than they thought it was. Especially also worth considering is that doesn't count website players either when you just look at the Steam numbers, right? Some of these games that people are comparing to, they're exclusively like maybe a Steam-only game. There is no website client, but BDO is both. Yeah, and console too, right? So it would be interesting if Pearl Abyss showed, like, if there was a way to see the global numbers for both PC, website, Steam, console, all one, to see the true overall population of BDO globally. I'm pretty confident it's in the hundreds of thousands. I don't know if I'm confident enough to say 1 million players, but I think globally there's a couple 100,000 people playing across all of the different platforms. Yeah. I think that's a fair argument too, is BDO also creates this weird environment where even though it might have a high average player count, it might not have a high active player count because of how encouraged people are to leave their game on and AFK fish or do other activities. So when it says there's 20,000, if it says there's 20,000 people online, that doesn't mean there's 20,000 people actively playing, right? A big question there is how many people are AFK fishing at any given time.
Have you ever had a dream?
There's so many variables to consider when talking about the Black Desert population that some might work for it, some might work against it, but definitely creates a very confusing conversation. I have Prime up and never come to Twitch. Here you go, my man. Thank you for commitment to BDO. I appreciate that, RNG Grind. Thank you for taking the time to use that Twitch Prime on me. I appreciate that.
Have you ever had a dream that
Ooh, Hayes plays 2 with the Prime. All those subs go a long way. I appreciate you all so much.
Oh,
Hello, EU server. Sell me Pandebo belt for 153 a bag. Oh my god, Mr. Dude too. I know, we got all these primers in chat.
Have you ever had a dream?
Oh my goodness. Just to think all those primes were sitting there idle. Look at you guys go. Oh, and a real sub too. Not that the other ones aren't real, but one's out of Bezos' pocket, one's out of his pocket.
Have you ever had a dream?
Yeah, you done started a thing for sure. Yeah. He's gonna be asking for royalties.
8 months with the old man.
Hey, Prozac, I need to sell my 5080. You guys buying? You're in the market for a 5080? Shit, I got the Asus 5080 Gaming OC or whatever it's called. I replaced it with the 5090. I've only had that card too since I think it might have been about April or May is when I got it. It's in perfect condition, runs beautifully, but FOMO was hitting me hard, and I saw an opportunity to get a reasonably priced 5090, so I jumped on it. But yeah, now I need to sell my 5080 and I was thinking of just listing it locally here on like the Facebook marketplace. If I sold it for like $1,800 Canadian, that would not only be like $300 off or 15% off, but whoever bought it for me also wouldn't have to pay tax on it since they're just buying it from me. So that would save them nearly another $300. So it'd save them like $600 total, right? I feel like that would be fair. How much did you say? 1,800 Canadian. I think that works out to that. That's what I was thinking of selling it locally for. Like I said, it would save somebody 500, 600 bucks between tax and the savings. Help me recoup, you know, a good chunk of my cost of the 5090 I bought. You just bought a 5080 for $1,200 a few weeks ago, US dollars? Yeah. Here in Canada, it's a little bit more difficult to get your hands on. Let's see. 1,800 Canadian to US dollars is about 1,300 US. Right? So yeah, if you're living in the US, probably wouldn't be worth it. Because, like, your micro centers and stuff still have good stock. Here in Canada, though, it's a fucking pain in the ass to get GPU supplies. Yep. Here, I could show you. It's in the box and everything. My biggest concern though, Hayes, was selling it to somebody at where it has to be shipped is it would have to be shipped at your expense, right? But I have it in its original packaging. Here, during the next AFK phase, I'll show you. But yeah, it's the Asus Tough, the OC version too. Ran beautifully, had no issues with it. Just my FOMO got the best of me. And some magical reason in my shitty little city, a 5090 ended up in stock. Only one. It's like the only one I've ever seen in stock in my city. And I went and yoinked that shit real fast. Oh, cool. There's the AFK phase. That one cost $2,723.23 Canadian dollars in Sweden. Yeah, if you're in the US, you can get GPUs at a pretty reasonable price, but outside the US, it's fucked up, man. Okay, this is the one. 1 second. Yeah, I probably got to turn that background removal off. Right. Ta-da! It's in the box right now, right? It is the Tough. It's the 5080. It's the OC version. The only, like, the box is in perfect condition except for, like, this outside thing is a sleeve on the actual box. So trying to get it back in the sleeve is super tight. So this is the only little bit of scuffness on the box. Is there's a little bit of here we go, like a little split on the edge right there when I was trying to get it back in the sleeve. And it comes with my fingerprints all over the box. Yeah. Oh shit, there are greasy fingerprints on it too, eh? Shit, if you want, I could sign the card if you care. You doing a giveaway? Yeah, right. I wish I had money like that to give away a card like that. Yeah, the card worked beautifully for me. Absolutely beautifully. But FOMO, I wanted the 5090. I decided to pull the trigger on Zotac too. I've never had a Zotac card. Over the years, I've always viewed them for some reason, like completely irrational, but I've always viewed them as budget cards because I've always saw them typically being a bit cheaper than others. And but like they've been around for a long time now. And when I saw that in stock at the local Best Buy, I was like, Zotac, eh? And at first I was like, and then I got to thinking about it. I was like, Zotac's been around for a long time, and I've never heard people have like complaints about it. So I was like, fuck it, you know what? Time to try something new and save a buck, right? So I got it for a reasonable price. But I think most people, and that's probably part of the reason, there's probably two reasons why they got to sell for a bit cheaper. I think one, because they're not like a super renowned brand like Asus, MSI, Gigabyte, etc., right? Those brands, I think people default to those brands and EVGA in the past. So I think Zotac often gets overlooked for those. And then also that, I think with Zotac, they typically have like very like unique shrouds on them. And some people don't like their shrouds to have like certain themes to them, right? So people like they want to have like a coherent theme, and that might make them avoid the Zotac cards. But this one had like a copper band around it, the one that I got, and like I don't mind it at all. Or maybe not copper. It's like a brownish, almost like the same color that what is that cooler brand? Why the fuck can't I think of the name of it? Very popular. Noctua. Kind of remind me of like the Noctua fan color. Noctua? No, not that. No, that Hawktua lady ruined Noctua. They should have did a collaboration. Yeah, I know. I never actually realized that until just now. That could have been a crazy collaboration. I don't know if Noctua has ever done a water cooler, but imagine if they named their first ever water cooler the Hawktua. Yo, that could have been crazy. Yeah, I do remember there was I think they made a full black version of the Noctua NHD-15 at one point, right? Because the NHD-15 was an amazing cooler. I used that in multiple PCs. That was such an amazing air cooler. I actually still have both of them, even though they're not being used in either PC. I should probably try to sell those. I bet I could get $50 for them. They're still sick. I probably have 2 of them sitting in the other room. That's dinosaur times? Kind of is now. I feel like the NHD-15 is kind of the bare minimum for the latest generation of CPUs. Now with the way they automatically boost, they just try to, like, however much thermal headroom you have, it tries to use it as much as possible. What country do you live in, Hayes? Like I said, if you were genuinely interested, that would probably be the biggest hurdle to overcome, is figuring out shipping. I have never... Oh, if you're in the States, then yeah, it's probably not worth it to buy it. I'm sure you could go down to your nearest Micro Center and get it for a cheaper price. Brand new. $1,400 freedom dollars, yeah. Which is a little bit cheaper. Like I said, the main benefit here in Canada is not only are they, or not necessarily a benefit, I guess, but one of the main reasons why I could probably get away with selling it for $1,800 is not only are they typically, that same brand is selling for $2,100 Canadian, brand new. But then if you were to buy mine used, you don't have to pay tax on it either, right? So $300 savings on the price, not having to spend almost $300 in tax. That makes a $600 savings for somebody buying it from me. How many hours you do a day? Most days about 6 hours. Mondays, sometimes a little bit more. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours today. Oh, that's the tip of the iceberg too, Zero. I have over 1,000 costumes now too. And probably like 2 trillion worth of stacks. I'm a little wee bit of a loser, some might say. I'm preparing for Crimson Desert, so I can take a break from BDO and relax on Crimson Desert. Log in, do my weeklies, and get back on Crimson Desert.
I'm getting hacked.
In my province, it's 13%. We have a thing called the harmonized sales tax. And yeah, it's 13%. So 13% on $2,100 is, you know, pretty dang close to $300 more. So yeah, if I, like I said, if I were to sell it for $1,800 somewhere locally to someone locally, they're effectively, even though it's only $300 less than what you could buy, they'd also be saving the tax on top, so saving like $600. So that's almost a quarter of the price they save. You get paid playing, so you sadly cannot be called a loser for Giga Rich in game. True. That is true. I do get the benefit of chilling with you guys and making some money while I'm doing it. I'm in a very, very fortunate position. Give me the mental so I could grind my way to 800 gear score. Grind on what you enjoy, where you enjoy, and then try to do it with people you enjoy. And like, that doesn't mean you have to be grinding with them in game. Just hang out with them, right? Find a stream to hang out in, or find a guild and hang out on Discord. Helps the time go by real quick. With the way they're time gating everything, you won't be able to spend all your silver. True, yeah. I might just have to retire from the game and just keep logging in. I could probably stop playing and have enough silver to sustain me for a long time. Actually, I guess 1,400 freedom dollars? That's like $150 more than I'm asking once you do the conversion. But then we would have to pay for shipping, and I would imagine the insurance on a package like this, and you probably would want to get insurance, would end up eating all the savings. And you'd end up basically just paying, yeah, you'd probably be better off just ordering it online. You'll beat Crimson Desert in a week and be back on BDO. I mean, I guess it depends on how much I get to play in that week. I think beat it, though, is not really a thing in that genre of game, or doesn't necessarily have to be a thing. Games like Morrowind and Red Dead Redemption, yeah, you can go from start to finish and probably do it in a pretty short period of time. But those games have never been about just trying to race through to the final boss. It's kind of about experiencing the world, right? Making your own adventure. Going off the beaten path. Probably better off going through Bezos. I think so too, because like the benefit of that is, once again, it would probably come with free shipping since you're doing an order so high. Plus your warranty would begin immediately, right? So you would have a little bit more time on the warranty. I don't know how Asus deals with transferring warranties. Anybody know any specifics about that? I've never tried to transfer a warranty with Asus. But I imagine, like, a lot of these companies do have a way to do that. But obviously, it would be from my purchase date, not from your purchase date. They don't allow it? Asus doesn't allow it? Shit. So yeah, if you bought it yourself, then you would actually have your own warranty. I guess I don't think I ever registered my card on the Asus website. So you could maybe register it as your own warranty, but it would still go based off of my purchase date, which was like 7 months ago. Free shipping, get 5% back from Amazon CC. Have to pay 6% tax, though. Well, it seems like those two kind of... If your buyer needs support or warranty, you can just give them the original receipt, etc. Yeah, my only concern is I have the receipt from Best Buy, but I ordered it online. And it has, like, my full name as well as the last 4 digits of my credit card, and... Not that that's much of an issue, but I would feel a little concerned since it has my shipping address, my full name, the last 4 digits of my credit card, as well as I'm pretty sure that my credit card holder. I feel like that could cause potential issues if somebody tried to call my credit card and pose as me, and then they have all of that additional information as well to try to pose as me. Let me double check the warranty here. Receipt, here we go. FedEx, yeah, my name, my address, my phone number, has the card. Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. I didn't use my credit card to buy it. I used PayPal. But it does have a PayPal order ID. I don't know if that could be abused somehow. So never mind. There is no credit card information on here, but it does have the PayPal order number or order ID. I don't know if that can be abused somehow. But yeah, I have a PDF receipt of the purchase I saved. Yeah, if it was someone I trusted, I'd have no issue. But if I end up selling this to some random person on, like, Facebook Marketplace locally, I'm definitely not letting them... Well, I mean, I guess they'll already know my address because they're going to come to my house and pick it up, but... I don't know, I wouldn't trust a stranger with that much information at their disposal. Why not meet them at, like, a Walmart or something? Lazy, I guess. You could just use multi-factor authentication if you're really worried about it. Yeah, I don't think that it works that way when it comes to warranty on your graphics card. Once again, they would have to have the receipt of the purchase, right? And all that information is on there. Shoot, I actually gotta go AFK for a second. So yeah, as for having people meet at my house, I typically don't sell smaller things. And with a bigger thing like this, I don't know, maybe it gives a little bit of buyer confidence, right? If you're making a big purchase, you're always worried that somebody's going to fuck you over, right? And like if they're coming to my house to pick it up, then they obviously know where I live. I can't be, if I'm scamming them, they know where to come back, right? Last GPU I sold, I went to Micro Center and sold it to the person there. Some people want to see if it works before buying. Yeah, I mean, I don't really feel like bringing them through my house to see it on the PC. I'd probably take a video that day of it running, maybe show a benchmark or something. But I'm not bringing them downstairs into my den down here, letting them see all the shit I have in my house. I don't mind them coming in the front door and standing there in the dining room and I show them the card and they inspect it and stuff, right? I wish we had a Micro Center near here, though. They sound so convenient. You sold it right back to the Micro Center? Oh, you met him in the lobby. Oh. That's kind of fucked up, the Micro Center. It's like, this could have been your customer, but instead he's mine. There was a website online. It's like GPUsell.com or something. It's a place that'll buy your used PC hardware. And I put the 5090 in there, and they were going to give me $800. And I was like, are you kidding me? The fuck? This is a 5080. $800. Not a goddamn chance. If I put this shit on the Facebook Marketplace for $800, it'd be sold within the hour. Somebody would be here within the hour to pick it up and resell it. Ugh. They're looking for suckers? Yeah, and I bet they get a lot of them, too. I mean, I've had the card for under a year. I wonder if I contacted Best Buy and asked to return it if they'd let me. Do you think they'd let me return it 7 months later, chat? Actually, when is the purchase date on it? Let's see. I don't remember the exact time. April 1st. Yo, I ordered that shit on fucking April Fools. God damn. You think Best Buy would let me return something I bought in April? For a full refund? I have a feeling the answer's no. Ugh. Maybe hold it till April and then try to return it? Maybe they won't check the year? Fuck. God damn. The funny thing is, if I bought it in store, that would probably work. Because the person at the service desk would probably just look at the date and be like, "Oh yeah, lines up." But because it was an online order, they'd probably take a look at the order number and punch it in. I don't know. Sell it to the Geek Squad. Isn't that the Best Buy? Maybe I should have asked them when I was in there. Hey, I got this card I legit bought from Best Buy. Will you guys do a trade-in? I give you this card, and you take the thing off. I didn't actually consider that. Because I legit had to go ask the Geek Squad to go in the back and find the 5090 for me, because the one they had in stock was sitting... They probably had an employee keeping it on the shelf or something. Shit, I gotta go AFK again. We're back. Keep fucking up my rotation. Did I delete the VOD for today? I did, yes. I accidentally doxed myself, and I didn't say, like, I noticed it immediately when it was super fast. I wasn't sure if anybody else noticed, but I didn't draw any attention to it, and then I just immediately deleted the VOD. I want coffee, but it's 10 p.m. here. You can still have coffee. Oh, what was the answer for this? Oh, I didn't even answer that. You gonna one-tap Shining? You bet your ass I am. I personally stay away from AMD GPUs. They're just, I don't know. It's a shame. I think if you're on a budget, you can get some good performance, but like, even AMD upped their prices because they're like, oh, if Nvidia is going to give us this much headroom, then we might as well take advantage of it too, and they upped their prices as well. So, and then not only do you have shittier driver support and less features. You see Nvidia went back to producing 3060s for the upcoming year? I have seen that they've been toying with the idea of that, yeah. The 5090 production, the 50 series production's going down. The 5090s are supposed to skyrocket in price. Yeah. I don't know why Pearl Abyss decided to flood the stack market when we had a perfectly reasonable way to earn stacks already. Stacks were sold out and slightly going up in price, made Darkseekers and Tungrad very enjoyable spots to grind, and they decided, no, thank you. Yo, Medozan, are you around? Looks like everybody else is ready to do the bosses if you want to start early. Oh, never mind, there he is. 10 minutes, perfect. Okay, we'll do the AFK phase, and... oh yeah, he's finishing his roto with 2. Yeah, I don't like that too. I would rather spots have purposes, and you know, you can still go back to old spots if you enjoy it, and they would have specific purposes, right? Having people need to go out to Ulakita if they want to grind up stacks. Have people come to Adania if they want to grind up their new artifacts and amplified lightstones. People go to Dekia too if they want to grind up Dekia artifacts, right? Like, I like the idea of different spots having different purposes. Forcing people to just grind silver and stay at whatever the top spots are, to me, is just... I don't know. It's frustrating. It's a shame too because like Dekia Cadres is starting to become useful now too. Like I'm sure the money at that spot is slowly increasing. Cadre rings are up to like 100 mil a pop. Getting all of those really cheap accessories off of Rifts was a huge W. Because now those grind spots are actually gaining some value. If we'll finally be free of Debos everywhere? Yeah, I don't know. I hear people complain about the new player experience with Karazad and how Karazad is too expensive and it's better to go Debos. I honestly think that the problem is the opposite. The main reason why Karazad is more expensive is because Debos are so cheap, and Debos are so cheap because the market just gets flooded with Debos non-stop. Every fucking grind spot drops Debos. Not to mention everybody gets a fuckload of Debos given to them every Saturday. That no wonder why it's cheaper to make Debos. It's not that Karazad's too expensive, it's that Debos are too cheap. If Debos weren't so cheap, then it would seem plausible to go the, or viable to go the Karazad route. If I could just tap my main hand, that'd be great. Have you tried tapping it? You can tap it easily. Now, whether you get it or not is a different story, John. And I hope you don't. It's punishment for all the fucking torture. There was a time when pen debos hit 110 bill. There was a time when a tet debo was almost 100 bill. Weren't they at like 99 bill or 91 or something like that? Yo, what's up, Windrunner? I'm doing great. How you doing? They were? Oh, maybe Tets were 100 bill. I don't know why for some reason I couldn't remember if they actually were 100 bill. That's where people made fucking stonks. AFK fishing like a champ. Keep the rod in the water, yeah. Make some money. I'm a hitting the dummy type loser. I keep trying to push levels because there's not really much else for me to progress towards. So it's nice to see some type of progress on something as meaningless as it might be. Guru 50 on all life skills? You can go higher than Guru 50 now, can't you? I should get like Guru in all my life skills though. The hardest ones would be like, I don't do any trading anymore. That sounds like a training as well. I don't know how sailing and bartering is for getting to Guru. Gathering, I wouldn't be surprised if I could knock that out in like a week. Get that to Guru. It would be kind of cool to be full Guru life skills. But the training one, this would be a fucking chore. This would be a chore. For sure. And these would probably be a chore as well. Is sailing still hard? Yeah. I think sailing would be one of those things where I just have to make sure I'm doing sailies all the time and it would happen eventually, right? Isn't that the primary XP? You just do your sailies. Training to turn in donkey 100,000 million times? Yeah. AFK sailing and doing sailies every day. Oh my god, that sounds so fucking miserable. That sounds so miserable. Holy shit. Am I already on the right channel? Yeah, I am. Guru 58 processing. I spent like 3 days processing and I gained like 12 processing levels just processing ingots. Processing is pretty easy to level up. That's like my go-to semi-AFK activity. When I'm playing, actually, no, I should switch horses. I still gotta level this one up a bit more. When I'm playing like Diablo 4 or something in the evenings, I get my Sage processing. Because I swear, processing ingots right now is like 1 billion silver an hour. Which doesn't sound like much, but considering you could be doing that while playing another game. Maybe it's not 1 billion an hour, but at least it might have been at one point when it was higher. Maybe it's dropping. I feel like I was seeing my warehouse value go up like crazy every single time. $400 to $600 bill? Shit. What's your mastery at though? Are you at like 20? I was at like 3K when I had everything buffed. But even 400 to 600 mil, let's say an average of 500 mil, every hour? That's pretty fucking good. Right? You think about it. If you're spending 4 hours playing another game, that's 2 bill. All you gotta do is just tab back in every hour, because I get almost an hour of processing. Where do you get the ores? Oh, just my workers. I just have my workers. I've always had my worker empire running, and they just dump everything into this storage. So I just come here and start processing this stuff, right? I made 73,700 knock ingots, right? How much is a knock ingot worth? Look at that. They're sold out, 123. So 123,000 times 700. How much? How many of them did I say? 720,000? No, 737,000 or 73,000. Sorry, 73,700. That's 9 billion silver. Worth of ingots. That's huge. That's huge. And that probably took me 2 days, maybe 3, while I was playing Diablo. Not even like full days. We're talking like 2 hours one evening, 2 hours another evening, and I think there was another evening that was like 4 hours. So it was like a total of 8 hours. Now, that 9 bill isn't full profit over that 8 hours, because you have to factor in the value of the ore that I already had, right? It's the difference between the two. But I definitely stretched out. I wouldn't be surprised if that was like 4 billion silver worth of ore that got turned into 9 billion worth of ingots. They go. Didn't I put them in here? Not because used for trade, it's always sold out. Yeah. I started working on my... I don't know what ores are the next best to use, but I started on, I think it was zinc next. I got a little bit of zinc ore left to process, and then I probably have a decent amount of zinc shards somewhere. Yeah, a little bit, 168k. And then eventually I'll probably, after that, maybe do like the platinum. Platinum and gold, probably worth doing. And then I'll probably save like the iron, the lead, and the copper for last. I don't know how good titanium and vanadium is to process. 30k for the shards. Do I have any... Yeah, look at platinum ingots. 670k a pop. Woo! Woo! But I only have like 100k of that ore. Yeah, titanium ingots are sold out 150k. Vanadium, same deal. Ingots in general are a pretty decent price right now. Oh shoot, I forgot to move this before I sold it. Oh well. Platinum is 1.8 bill an hour. Ooh, goddamn. John has a fucking spreadsheet right now. He's the processing guru, isn't he? He has all these numbers ready for us. Yeah. There's been a lot of points in history where I've decided to just empty out my storages and I just sold all my ore on the market, 10 or 20,000 at a time. You know, obviously in hindsight, I kind of wish I didn't do that. There's actually some nodes up here that I should reinvest back into. I don't think I have the contribution for this. Nah, I'm a little bit short. This is why I need to get my fishing going now. Or this is, yeah, I need to, my farming, sorry. I need to start getting that farming contribution and start getting more of these nodes. I need to get these nodes back up and running. There's also some more, I think there's some copper down here. Iron. Is it this one that was copper? Or maybe it was this one, Crescent Shrine. Oh no, more titanium there, yeah. With farming, you should go to 500 in a few weeks. Yeah, I should definitely be able to get. And that 60 contribution I'm missing will go a long way at getting a lot of those last nodes. I do need to actually take the time. I probably need to completely drop my whole worker empire and then open up the whatever that worker website is and go through and re-optimize it, because it's been a long time since I've done that. We're talking like 2 years ago. So there's probably a lot of shit that I have that's, you know, should be much further down in priority. You know what would be cool? If all of your worker actually, maybe this is already a thing. If all of your worker information was stored in like a document in your My Documents folder, and if there was a website that you could upload that to, and it would look at all your worker empire and say, these are the improvements you should make. That would be awesome. There is, and it can? Wait, is that actually a thing? Maybe you told me that. Maybe that's why I feel like I thought it. It's at GitHub. But that's a lot of work. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely... Huh. I need to do that. I need to get my workers optimized. Oh, here we go. Mr. Mad Max. Mr. Kinjara. And, of course, we're all waiting for Huntler. Like fucking usual. Like fucking usual. Huntler leaving us waiting. Huh. Look at that. Right when my farms are ready, too. Should always proceed with caution when running third-party code on your PC. Yeah. There's apparently a lot of nodes. Wait a fucking minute. Is there that many nodes in Adania? I don't have any workers working in Adania right now. What the hell? Yeah, I need to get my contribution up. There's a bunch of wood and stuff in here too. I really need to get my contribution up. Maybe I should get back to AFK fishing too. Fishing overnight instead of dummying. How long does it take you to get a contribution point past 500 with all the new AFK shit? Better get those farms up then. They're up, baby. They're up. I did it today. Yeah, I know farming gives more, but why not do both, right? AFK fishing overnight and farming. Now you know why Dibios risked the ban. Yeah. God damn that rat. All right, what's his contribution? I'm looking. I'm going to start looking every day. His contribution is at... Why is this stream at 20p right now? What the fuck? 443? Oh my god, he's higher than me. That's it. I need to step up my game. I need to step up my contribution game. That's it. I'm going to Serendia. That fucking bowl cut on that guy. Oh shit. Hello? 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 Why isn't this shit working? Hello? 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 Can you guys hear me? What's my push to talk not working? Oh, there's my problem. I figured it out. I heard him. Ooh, war target. I don't know if we should take him. There's a lot of hype building for Crimson Desert. I really hope it lives to the hype. No. I think what's more likely to happen is less of BDO's money goes to whatever their next IP is, because then, you know, Crimson Desert and BDO can split the cost on whatever they decide to do next, instead of it all being on Black Desert. So, Black Desert players will get more money, but it'll be more of our money back to us. Because they'll probably, after this is out, they'll probably focus on Doki B next, right? Or what was that other game? Project 8 or Plan 8 or something? Is it live or? Oh, okay. How long ago? Oh, Discord chat. Okay. Yeah. I was watching a video just the other day showing like how good DLSS 4.5 is with upscaling, and like they were doing the absolute extreme, like upscaling 360p, and it was actually surprising, you know, how good it was looking for 360p upscaled, which, you know, obviously not great for PC, but like for handheld devices with lower hardware, that sounds kind of huge. I know, that'd be so nice. Or even the newer FSR, both of them. New record. What have you missed? Well, everything. The game has changed quite a lot in the last 3 to 4 years. Quite a lot. And in most cases, almost all cases, for the better. There's a couple of things that are a little more controversial, but in most cases, people would argue that it's definitely changed for the better. Hey, what's up, Joe Bell? How you doing? Happy New Year. Although I'm sure I wished you it already.
Zethiann.
Yeah, the more controversial things that not everybody would consider a positive change would be like open world guild decks, the way that changed, time gated shit, and AP caps, right, on PvE spots. Those are probably the 3 most controversial things. but almost anything else, I think, would be considered a positive change. Yeah, I personally think all three of those things I listed were negatives. There are some people who like some of those things. Out of those three, I think time gating in general, if I were to estimate, I'd say it's probably like a 70-30 split on people not liking it versus liking it. And I think a lot of the 30% that don't mind the time gates, they haven't hit the time gates yet. Most people, once they reach the time gates, are like, oh no, never mind. As for the GVGs, that's probably like a 70-30 split in favor of the GVG changes. Because most people, you know, most of the people who don't like what they did to GVGs are like the top siege guilds and people who enjoy PvPing. And there's definitely no doubt that the active PvPers that enjoy PvP while grinding are vastly outnumbered by the rest of the community, right? And then in terms of the AP caps, I think that's like most people, I want to even maybe say 90% don't like the PvE caps. I could be mistaken. I mean, are there anybody in chat here? Let's just do a quick little, we're not going to set up a poll, but quick little question. How many of you in chat like the PvE caps? 90% might even be an underestimation. Yeah, it might actually be a full 100%. Yoink. Yeah, that was part of the fun with it too, right? Bombs ears is, yeah, it's definitely not a bad thing being able to like progress through different spots as you get more AP. But it's also a double-edged sword because there's a lot of people who have favorite spots and they don't want to feel pressured to move on to the next spot. They want to stay at a spot and try to min-max it and optimize it. And with these caps, it just doesn't feel like you can do that at all, right? And I think in that case, the cause did not justify the means. I think it was a double-edged sword. I think the community has non-stop for the history of BDO complained about PvE balance. And it's impossible to perfectly balance PvE at the class level. So Perlibus decided to do it at the grind spot level, right? I mean, it's impossible to get it perfect, period. But if you try to get it perfect, if you try your best to balance at the class level, then you end up homogenizing all the classes, and the classes lose their identity, right? Because you got to make sure everybody has the same tools. So Perlibus said, okay, well, we want to keep class identity. That's kind of the foundation that our game is built upon. So they then decided to, okay, well, we got to balance it at the grind spot then, right? If we can't balance it at the class level, then we have to do it at the grind spot. And AP capping is kind of the, one of the best ways to accomplish that. So this was a kind of a double-edged sword. People got what they wanted, but not how they wanted it, right? Yeah. I personally don't think there's an issue with class imbalance with grinding. I think it should be related to your effort and your risk. If your class has a high chance of dying and requires a lot of effort to grind, in other words, it's high APM, I'm perfectly fine with it being one of the fastest grinders, if not the fastest. And then the classes with no risk that press like 4 buttons, they should be the slower classes, right? And I think that's perfectly fine if they were to balance it that way. Yeah. And yeah, like Awakened Nova, maybe not a lot of risk of grinding with Awakened Nova, but that class is really high APM, right? So, like, when Awakened Nova was the best grinder in the game, I didn't mind. Everybody knew it was one of the best grinders in the game, but tons of people never grinded on it because they didn't want to have to do the effort, right? Good job, gentlemen. Catch you later. So, yeah, I'd rather grind speed be not worry so much about making sure everybody's balanced, but just make sure, like, if your class is low risk of dying and low effort, it's a slower grinder. If it's high risk and high chance of dying, it's some of the best trash, and then everybody else is somewhere in between, right? I guess, though, you then got to start asking what determines high difficulty, right? High effort. Because there's a lot of classes that do a lot of abilities while PvEing. Like, I think Seraph is a really good example. Seraph is a class, there's reasonable risk of dying. It's not a super tanky class. It's not one of the squishiest, but it's not one of the tankiest either. And it's a melee class, so it's constantly being hit. But in terms of effort, it's not really a super high effort grinder, because a lot of it is just holding RMB or LMB, and it's cycling through a bunch of abilities. So if Pearl Abyss were to go through and start balancing around effort, they might end up just looking at classes in terms of how many abilities they're doing, and all of a sudden you have a class that, sure, maybe it's doing a lot of abilities, but a lot of those abilities are just holding one button, right? Did I say anything about the Shy? No. I mean, Shy's seem okay. I mean, they one of the biggest issues with Shy was with Misty Haze and group grind spots being balanced around Misty Haze existing. That never should have been a thing. Outside of that, I don't really feel like I can provide much value to the conversation about Shy. I don't know how it feels to grind solo spots as Shy. I know Shy used to excel at spots like Cyclops, for example. It used to do really well at spots like that. I hope they don't do that, because my Awakened Witch still goes hard, and it is very comfy. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely people who are playing classes that are super comfy that would be opposed to that, right? No matter what, the reality is no matter what, you're never going to have everybody happy. Pearl Abyss ultimately has to just decide what they want to do, and, you know, we're all at the mercy of it. But we should still make sure our voices are heard, right? That's going to potentially shift their opinion. If they overall feel like their player base is unhappy across all regions, you know, they might actually react to it. Yeah. Shy does pretty good damage in PvP now. They'll surprise you unless you're rock mode, which is a lot of people these days. Shy will really surprise you with their damage output. Believe it or not, surprisingly enough, the Shy 1v1s during the masterclass were actually okay to watch, which it was a complete opposite of the year before. The year before, the Shy 1v1s were obnoxiously boring. I wouldn't necessarily say the Shy 1v1s were exciting, but they were definitely far from being the most boring to watch. Better than Sork? Better than Wusa. Wusa was the most boring. I don't even remember what the NA Wusa matches looked like. Maybe they were more exciting with the EU ones. Holy fuck. That was bad to watch. Striker was cinema. It was good. I remember watching for the best in class and best in trials. Watching Hunter HD? Yeah, Hunter HD and Divios duke it out. Oh my god, that was a fucking battle. What you up to, biggest BDO streamer? No. Biggest BDO streamer live now. In terms of Mr. Rapolis, Biceptimus Choice, they're still bigger, right? And then, of course, she who shall not be named. Yeah. AKA BDO Voldemort. Where's my powder at? There it is. You're my biggest BDO. Oh my god, Bingy. Why are you coming in here and just gassing me up every time? Just glazing me. Oh. I love it. Keep it coming. The rest of you can learn a thing or two. Especially you, scum. Where are those compliments from you, scum? What the fuck is that red thing? That's a Vel's heart with a $100 skin on it. It was a skin that they added to the game a long time ago, part of the Berserk pack. But it's just a Vel's heart. Honestly, I'm half tempted to just take that skin off and put it in like a storage somewhere and forget about it. Because it gets annoying having to constantly explain to people what that is. It might just end up sitting in the storage somewhere because I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting fucking tired of it. Also, where's my where are my accessories at? Oh, I gotta do my farms. Surely, in one full set we get 10 seeds, right? What am I grinding for right now? Nothing. I'm grinding for 2028. Maybe even 2029. That's what I'm grinding for. You're part of the enemy guild, that's why? Oh. Wait. Why did I only put down 2 of each? Oh no, I guess there is a limit. Why did I grab so many? Oh wait, that's right. I didn't use these because... Oh, yes, I remember why now. I ended up figuring out that I could upgrade them. Ooh, we got 2 right off... Wait, of course we got 2 off rip. Once again, these are the proper ones. Oh. We got moles. Where they at? Bam. God damn, I might be the best ranger that ever existed. You get a lot of fucking byproducts. Why do I not remember getting this many byproducts before? Yeah, I thought they just buffed how much contribution you got. Oh my god, how many did you get from that one? That was fucking crazy. There's like 5 stacks of leaves. Yeah, I remember seeing that they buffed the byproducts, but I thought that they buffed like how much contribution you got from them. I didn't realize they just buffed the quantity of them. That's kind of crazy. Look at all those leaves. And every 20 is 900 contribution? Holy shit. That's kind of fucking wild. Wait, why am I only getting one mole? Bet, 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 bet. You get 5 bottles per fishing bottle now? Really? Yeah, I might need to go back to a giant mole. Oh my god. That's like Norelio right there. Now we got a little pit-a-pat mole. Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's he at? Wait, what's he doing? Yo, do I not shoot him? What is he doing? He just dig shit up for me and that's it? Why do I feel like I didn't get fucking shit from the pit-a-pat? Says he dropped special items. I ain't seeing anything special. It's gonna be huge McLarge? I think it is. It, so large they'll decrease cron prices. You're a funny fucker. Look at that. 2,000 of those in a fucking day. That's fucking wild. Actually, let's go get a contribution right now. I could still do one more cycle. And I fucked up the first one too. And I started it late. Oh my god. I got a new refound vigor for doing farming now. Isn't it this? Isn't it her? Yeah, let's see. Oh my god! Yeah, you could totally get a contribution a day. Yeah, I'm definitely staying on top of this. No, Arihaza. Actually, I got one a bit further. I'll do the other one. I'll do this one. Oh no, fuck, cancel, cancel, cancel. Forgot to set the city. Calpheon, there we go. Look at this. Little Mexican boy. Now this, look at that. That's a face of beauty right there. That's a face of beauty. Look at that. Our shirts are almost the same, but not quite, but kinda. Okay, chat. It's time for me to head out. Huh? The fuck did I just get? I don't know what the hell I just said there. I'm going to head out. I'm going to go eat some dinner and gonna probably play some Diablo 4 this evening and wait for the kids to finish up a dance and come home. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I will send you all over to. Looks like Divios is doing a little bit of AOS. You don't get to see that very often. So send you guys over to the Dragon. Tell him, chat, that Zethiann's on his ass. I'm coming for him. He's 443 contribution. I'm going to be 444 in no time. I'm coming for his ass. Thanks for hanging out, though, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Make sure you say hi when you pop in there. Don't be just a bunch of fucking lurkers. I swear, you guys fucking troll me. You guys will be all chatty in my chat. I'll raid somebody, and it's like a fucking ghost town. You guys don't say a damn thing.